change to that now, which is good, finding the walking. Yeah, so they're ranging like 12 miles a day, but we're carrying all our stuff. So if it was like really hot outside, I think my place tomorrow. Yeah, 4 days a week.
And what, you've got a couple of 50 miles?
14.
Or 10?
But some of it's
Yes.
so yeah, the part of
Yeah, it'd be excellent.
one of my friends in Denver, I think I said she's a
Okay.
swimming,
Right.
so we could play like going back.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, good morning everyone. Let's begin. Welcome to the hearing sessions on the Sheffield plan. Can I just check that everyone at the back can hear? Thank you. My name is Katie Child and with me today is Rosie Morgan. We are both chartered town planners and planning inspectors. And along with our colleague David Troy, we have been jointly appointed by the Secretary of State to hold the examination into the Sheffield plan. The examination is based on the draft version of the plan published in January 23 and sets out the Council's strategy for growth and development up to the year 2039. Our role is to examine the plan and determine whether it's legally compliant and soundly based as defined in the National Planning Policy Framework. And as part of this, we'll be considering all of the written evidence and representations before us and taking account of all verbal submissions made at the hearings themselves. So the hearing session this morning is going to cover vision, objectives and the spatial strategy. We'll then be breaking and having a separate afternoon session on blue and green infrastructure and design principles. So before we begin the agenda in detail, I have a few practicalities to run through, just the usual ones. Firstly, just to remind people around the table that we are being filmed and live streamed on YouTube. Welcome to anyone who's happened to be watching this morning. Secondly, just a reminder, Ian Kemp at the back there is the programme officer. He's responsible for the admin arrangements for the day, so if you have any practical questions during the day, then please see Ian. Can I just check that everyone has an agenda in front of them? Yep. I have to say that if you are intending to film or record the session and share any images online with others, please be aware that you will be responsible for complying with relevant data protection legislation. A reminder as well to turn off mobile phones or put them on silent. And I'll now turn to the Council to talk through any fire alarm procedures or practical arrangements. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Just to confirm, though, there is no fire alarm test planned for today. In the event of an actual fire alarm, please exit by the door through which you entered and follow Council staff down the stairs to Union Street. Please do not use the lifts. If you have any access requirements, please let us know, as refuge and evacuation facilities are available. The Inspector has mentioned that the sessions will be live streamed. The audience will not be recorded, but if you wish to ensure privacy, the back 2 rows will be completely out of view of the cameras. During sessions, please can those people not participating please keep noise levels to a minimum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think everyone around the table is no doubt familiar with the process and the procedures for local plan examinations. Obviously, it's a structured discussion based on the agenda before us. There will be plenty of opportunities to speak, but if at any stage you wish to come into the discussion, then put your nameplate on its end in the usual fashion, and we will bring you into the discussion as soon as we can. Obviously, we have the microphones today, so when you come to speak, then please press the button on the bottom, and then obviously remember to turn it off once you finish speaking. During the session, we may discuss potential changes to the plan, and on day 1, we asked the Council to keep a running list of potential main modifications and actions arising from the session itself. So we may be adding to that list today as we go through. Just a reminder that no further written submissions or evidence should be submitted at this stage unless it's something that the inspectors specifically request. So in terms of the timings for the morning session, we would aim to finish by possibly 1 o'clock. We'll just see how we get on. And we'll be taking a mid-morning break at some stage in the proceedings of about 15 minutes. Okay, so before we begin the agenda, if we could do the introductions around the table. So if you could say your name and your organisation, please, and starting on my right with the Council. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Simon Vincent. I'm the Strategic Planning Service Manager at Sheffield City Council.
I'm Sarah Reid Casey. I'm the barrister assisting the Council.
Laura Stevens, Local Plan Team Lead at the Council.
Ellie Roden, Principal Planning Officer at the Council.
Good morning, I'm Mike Johnson, Head of Planning at the City Council.
Good morning, Mum. It's Chris Darley of Lichfields and I'm representing CEG.
Good morning, my name's James Hobson from JEH Planning, representing Fitzwilliam Wentworth Estates and also St Paul's Developments.
Good morning, Matthew Good from Pegasus Group on behalf of Avant Homes.
Morning, Ma'am. Adam Key of Savills, representing Norfolk Estates.
Good morning, my name is Mark Edgerley, Boyer. We are representing Barrett David Wilson Homes. Thank you.
Roland Bolton, DLP, representing Inspired Villages and Hallam Land Management.
Morning, Ma'am. Andrew Rose from Sporforth, representing Strata Homes and Ruler Developments.
Good morning. Joanne Harding from the Home Builders Federation.
Thank you very much. Okay, before we move to the main agenda then, does anyone have any practical questions about how the session will run this morning? No? Okay. So we'll move on then to, just before we get to item 2, I'll just give a brief overview of the morning session and the agenda and what we'll be looking at. So under item 2, we'll be looking at the vision and objectives. And we just have a few focus questions really on potential changes to objectives put forward by the council. And there'll be an opportunity for others to raise comments if they wish to under the second bullet point. And my colleague Rosie Morgan will lead on this item. Then we'll be moving on to talk about the spatial strategy in the plan and focusing first on the general spatial strategy as set out in the first paragraph of Policy SP2. And that's under item 3. Now, as highlighted in the agenda, we have had quite a lot of discussion already on the spatial strategy. And the reason for that is really because the council's proposed housing requirement is an urban capacity approach, effectively. So the housing requirement and the spatial strategy are very much bound up together. Just to say that obviously you are welcome to make comments at this session as well. If you see the third bullet point and agenda item 3, I've got an opportunity there where any other comments on the general strategy, if you could make them under that bullet point, that would be good. Obviously, I can see we've got one new person around the table, so you may wish to make comments at that stage. Obviously, try not to repeat everything you said yesterday, but you might have thought of some different angle or an extra point that you didn't raise yesterday, so you are welcome to make those under that bullet point. Then we'll be moving on to item 4, where we look at the settlement hierarchy as set out in Policy SP2. Then under item 5, I've got a few general questions on how the sub-areas were defined and the level of growth was determined. But just to say that the detailed sub-area policies themselves, policies SA 1 to 9, will be covered at the stage 2 hearings. Then under item 6, we'll be looking at the role of broad locations for growth. So what's the purpose of these, the evidence base, and how they're represented in the plan. Part of the council's spatial approach to development also involves the use of policy zones. But they are actually, the issue of policy zones is actually included on the agenda under stage 3. So they'll be covered at a different set of hearings in due course. Then, obviously this afternoon, we'll be having a separate session on blue and green infrastructure and design principles, and we'll be joined at that stage by the Wildlife Trust. And I assume that the rest of you will be vacating the room. And Rosie Morgan will be leading on the subjects this afternoon. Okay, so I will now pass over to my colleague Rosie Morgan. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So, as Katie's just mentioned, the first part of the session is going to be looking at vision and objectives. So just to clarify, we've just been looking at whether or not the vision and objectives are appropriate and what, if any, changes are needed. We're not looking in this session at whether the plan would achieve the vision and objectives, because we've discussed those matters and we'll continue to discuss those matters in other sessions this week and next week and into the future. So this is really just quite specific session on the vision and objectives themselves. So before I invite any sort of general comments about those, I'd just like to look at the specific changes that the council has proposed in their documents CD31 and CD32 as modifications to the plan, to the vision and objectives session. So just to start looking through those, in LS 19 in document CD32, there's you're proposing just to update the central vision wording to reflect paragraph 2.2. That's just a consistency, a minor change for consistency. So can I just clarify then that the change to the central vision in figure 1 would be to say, include the words economically stronger?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, as far as I can see, yes.
Thank you. So that's just a minor change. So moving on to modification LS 12, proposing to add recognition of the role of a healthy population in supporting a strong economy.
Sorry, what was the question? Yes, that's the
that
is the addition. Yes.
Yeah, just making sure that you're with me with that. Yes, again, that's just a minor change because it's the objective already relates to health matters, so that's just a minor change. LS 11. There is proposing some additional wording. There's two elements to proposed change LS 11. And one was to add an additional sub-objective relating to providing sufficient land to facilitate sustainable food production. So can you just explain the reason for that and how the policies in the plan would work towards that objective?
Thank you. Yes. I really, just as a sort of a point of usefulness, it's easier to see these amendments, if everybody's following along, in CD34, which is a track change version of part 1 of the plan, so you can see how they operate.
So CD34?
CD34 is the track change version of part 1, so you can see those changes, how they operate in the text. Yes, specifically in relation to the representations that we received around sustainable food production in relation to the Green City objectives, that was something that came quite strongly from a number of local groups who are passionate about ensuring that we have a more sustainable future. That's not necessarily in terms of traditional agriculture. I think their concerns also related to low-scale food production, for example, protection of allotments and enabling community growing projects. The plan proactively protects areas of land through open space policies, for example, that would enable those activities to take place. I think what their concern was that it was an important feature of the city's approach to sustainability that we should reflect in the objectives, and it is picked up in the policies in terms of how the policies would operate. It's not a change in direction of the plan, it's just highlighting the importance of that factor.
Okay, I think that's been picked up in policy BG1 as well.
Yes.
Going on to
okay,
that
it's
this
a
afternoon,
reference to link it together.
Yeah. Just in terms of the proposed wording, I don't have any problems with including that in the vision and objectives. But the suggested wording to provide sufficient land, I'm not sure how you'd be able to identify or quantify what that
I think
might be.
On reflection, having just read that out loud, perhaps that could benefit from a slightly different form of wording. Could we perhaps take that away as an action to consider how we might rephrase it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, perhaps if almost if you just omitted the
probably along the lines of
land,
support sustainable local food production.
Something along those lines. Yeah, I think that would be and that would be a main modification because it's something slightly.
Yes, we'll add that to the list. But thank you for understanding the background to it.
So then the second element of LS11, amend wording to restore natural landscape setting, contribute to nature recovery and adapt to climate change. Do you want to make any comments on that one?
Yes, again, it's much easier to see when you can see the words within the text. So that's actually in several parts. So the first part of that is an addition of the single word restore after safeguard and before enhance in existing text in that objective around enhancing Sheffield's unique natural setting, valleys, woodlands, trees, etc. And that links to other additional words in the bullet points, the sub-bullet points within that objective, relating to protecting existing biodiversity and measurably contributing to nature recovery. They're sort of really focused amendments to clarify what the objective is. I think the first one there about restoration is to clarify that actually when we're considering the objectives for a green city, we're not just talking about preserving exactly what exists right now in aspic. It's actually that there will be activities that restore natural landscapes, and that will take place obviously through many forms. That could be work taking place in our natural spaces outside of the planning system, but also it could be, for example, where there's work taking place through development. There's often restoration of natural habitats, and we wanted the objectives to restore that, to reflect that. It was also put forward to us by quite a number of different interest groups as a way of reinforcing this objective.
Okay, thank you. I think that I can understand why you've included those, and I think that helps to clarify the objectives. They're probably minor changes, really. I think restore is probably, it already refers to enhance and in a kind of broad sense. I appreciate it's not the same, it's not quite the same, but I think in terms of the probably minor changes really to the plan rather than main.
Yes, they won't intend to change the overall objective. Yeah. They're just clarifying what that objective encompasses. Better to reflect those who've got expertise in the area.
Thank you. And the only other one that I've got on my list was actually in paragraph 2.11, which is before figure 1, in the introductory section, adding reference to the plan making maximum possible contribution to the overall social value. And in your reasons for making the change, you've said recognising the potential importance of a social value strategy. I just wondered if you could just explain that slightly. I wasn't.
Excuse my slightly puzzled face. because it wasn't one of the ones you put on the agenda, I haven't looked into this one, and I'm not wishing to make excuses, but it's one that's been put forward by our team member who passed away earlier in February, so I'm not quite sure what the background to it is. Sam, have you got any idea? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a general desire within the council and within other organisations within Sheffield to see as many sort of social benefits from development as possible, particularly in terms of employment. I think local employment, and it's very much focused around the policy, which we'll probably discuss under Matter 5 around, and that probably in Stage 3, around trying to secure local employment agreements for in new development. So it relates to that policy, really.
Thank you. I think it's probably just a minor change. I just wasn't sure. It wasn't something I'd come across before. So
that's fine. And apologies for not being prepared on that one. I think I'd overlooked it when I was looking through your agenda. Thank you.
So I think that's all of the suggestions that you had on your list. So in terms of the vision objectives more broadly, does anybody else have any comments on those in terms of their appropriateness? Mr. Bolton.
Yes, thank you. I do have comments, and throughout these hearings you'll hear the details of why I have those views. But as was said right at the beginning of this session, the approach to housing that's been adopted is a capacity-based approach. I think that should actually be put clearly into the objectives and strategy in this section, because what this section does is it tremendously overpromises what this plan can deliver. And what we ought to do, what the plan ought to do, is have an honest debate with the public about the trade-offs between keeping the Greenbelt boundary where it is and the negative impacts that's going to have, because it will have negative impacts. It will have negative impacts in equality, especially in terms of delivery of affordable housing, and we'll hear about that later. There's some of that evidence actually already in my Matter 4 submission. It will have negative impacts for health, particularly in terms of providing suitable sites for older persons housing, especially older persons housing, and indeed care homes. It have a negative impact in terms of housing by not providing the housing mix. You know, we heard it will provide possibly a total of 1,800 family houses throughout the decade and a half. These things ought to be up there at front, because if, and this takes it wide, if as a planning profession we make these wide promises that we are bound to fail to deliver, it puts the whole process at risk. It really does. And we just need to say these are they're tough choices. And if this is a strategy the council are going to follow down, be honest about what it's going to impact on in terms of it's going to make the city more inequitable. It's going to make the health outputs of the city worse, and it's not going to accommodate the desires of many of the people living in the city who want family homes. Just be honest about it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, just a few points really, ma'am, that obviously referring back to our hearing statements in response to questions 4.2, I think, in the MIQs. So there's a couple of points really around both housing and employment. Clearly, looking at the vision first, I think a point first around the vision is that as much as in 2.5 it talks about the city wanting to be worldwide as of city makers, and then referring to some various bits of industry that Sheffield has, there's no specific vision around employment. There's nothing in there, and I'd refer back to our other days where we think employment's been missed in the entire plan. It starts from that very first starting point where it actually hasn't really grappled with employment and about the needs of employment. We'll come back to that in a second, because I'll go through the vision and I'll go through the objectives over the page. Then it sort of moves on and it gets towards the bottom in terms of 2.9 around housing. Now at the start in 2.2 it talks about thriving neighbourhoods and communities. But then at the bottom in 2.9 in terms of the vision it says the city will provide good quality housing offer meeting the needs of different household types and sizes. And the emphasis there is on needs, Mum. Obviously we went through yesterday and the previous day and the council have obviously accepted that they're not meeting the objectively assessed needs. They're doing their own approach, and there's no methodology around that, apart from obviously, as we've cited before, it's a capacity approach. So that then flows through into the objectives, and the objectives that we've obviously set out, clearly relating back to the NPPF around housing, around employment, about housing supply, being prosperous, planning, expanding economic growth and productivity and things like that around paragraph 16, about paragraphs 81, etc. The objectives don't really do that. And I know you're not wanting us to look at is the plan delivering against these objectives, about whether the objectives are actually robust. Objectives should be smart. They should be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic and timely. And I think around that, they're all quite vague. They're not really sort of setting out to achieve anything. And actually the objectives don't look at the needs. And then when you get around to the plan policies, they're not delivering the vision. It's all quite woolly and quite quite vague, as I've said before. So then what we think is therefore the plan in terms of the vision and in terms of the objectives is actually relatively flawed in that respect. They're not delivering what they're setting out to achieve. They're not looking at the evidence. They're not looking to deliver employment in terms of modern requirements. They're not really doing a lot of things in terms of that respect. One of the ones around employment says to ensure there is sufficient range of locations, land and premises available for new businesses and those relocating from within the city. I think we'll touch on that in matter 5, Mum, but obviously it doesn't achieve to do that. We obviously touched around a lot in terms of the objectives for thriving neighbourhoods and communities to create a housing market that works for everyone and which provides quality, choice and affordability. Mr. Bolton's just highlighted some significant issues around the approach that they've chosen. Yet you go back to the vision and it says they're setting out to achieve the needs. I don't think I need to go on much further, Mum, but I just think there's a disconnect and a discourse between the vision objectives and the plan. And I don't think that's enshrined when you get back to plan making within the NPPF around how plans should actually set out their strategic objectives and how they should actually be making a plan and being prepared with the objective contributing to achievement of sustainable development. Thank you, Mel.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ely?
Thank you. Yeah, Mark Edgerley, thank you. I think the vision and the objectives parts of plans are always really interesting, and I always take the view that they can be really flexible, and actually I sometimes think they're not kind of covered by government requirements, legislation in quite the same way as other matters such as housing, employment provision and environmental designations are. So I think that then leads to the sort of a really important part of the plan, because actually I think it then provides a greater level of flexibility for the council to actually, or any plan making authority, to show what they're actually sort of looking to do. And often I think the vision, the aims and objectives are where you see the most sort of politically driven parts of a plan. And I think that's sort of really, really clear here, but then that's not then replicated in other parts. As speakers around the table I've sort of touched on already, kind of echoing that, and I imagine others will as well going forward. Parts of the vision, parts of the objectives talk around this inclusive, sustainable city, thriving neighbourhoods, housing market that works for all, the supply of affordable housing, the creation of jobs, and it's there for us all to read. However, it's really clear this is based on that capacity approach, and that then leads us to the question, how and whether this can be achieved. I think when you look at the vision, bearing in mind it is the starting point and should be the kind of main thread in how the council are going to deliver sustainable development, I think it's then reasonable of a sound plan to see that these objectives are then clearly articulated within policies and targets throughout the rest of the plan. But when we look in sort of particular as housing, as we've already discussed, that there's a view that the housing is therefore restricted because the council have taken this capacity approach. They've referenced the green belt, they've referenced the headroom afforded by neighbouring authorities making positive proactive allocations across their area to meet their own needs. So I think this then kind of leads us to that's sort of echoed in our hearing statements and the Reg 19 reps, that there's that real misalignment between the policies and the vision. The vision, the aims and objectives, the earlier parts of the plan are trying to be really positive, and I think that the council should be kind of commended for that, because that is central to the plan and should be the foundations. But I think once you get further into the plan, there's a misalignment, and we end up with policies which are more negative and restrictive, and therefore, I think that really needs to be kind of looked at and considered further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Key.
Thank you. I'll keep this high level and brief, and I definitely won't repeat what's already been said. But I think because that's already been said and it's in our hearing statement as well. But I think really the key issue about what to do with this section really depends, Ma'am, on your findings on other more important matters like housing need and like employment, which we're talking about next week. Because the section as it's written at the moment, I mean, I don't have a huge amount of problem with it. I mean, it's quite aspirational. It talks about meeting housing needs of different household types and sizes, for example. So, and local plans are generally like that in their opening section. But of course, the critical bit is what backs it up. And if your findings are that if we're talking about the strategy on housing or employment, that they are unsound as currently drafted, then and the council have to put that right by whatever mechanism you think appropriate, then this section can probably endure in a perhaps a minorly amended way. But if on the other hand you think that the council strategy on housing and employment, for example, is right, and the plan should proceed on that basis, then I think this opening section needs substantially reworking, to be honest with people about what this plan is going to deliver and not going to deliver, and the way that it's going to do that. Because at the moment, it doesn't reflect what the plan strategy is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Good.
Thank you, Ma'am. Like many others, we don't particularly have an issue with most of the vision and objectives. I think it's fairly wide-ranging. It covers many of the issues you'd expect a vision and objectives to cover. Our key issue is, as others have suggested, it's about the implementation and delivery of that vision and objectives, and we don't feel that follows through in the plan. Having said that, we did have one comment, which is in our hearing statements, which I'll just draw your attention to in terms of the thriving neighbourhoods and communities. And that is around bullet point 3 of that, which suggests at the moment to significantly increase the supply of affordable homes, accessible market housing and specialist housing for older people, disabled people and other vulnerable groups. That is an allusion, that's probably the wrong word. that refers, and I presume refers back to paragraph 62 of the NPPF. I just wonder why, and this may be a reality of the plan, why that doesn't then expand to include other groups that are included within paragraph 62 around families with children and various other sections. Now, you'll know through our hearing statements we have a concern that this plan won't deliver those, so maybe that is a purposeful omission. But we would consider that those should be included as suggested within paragraph 62.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hobson.
Thank you, Ma'am. Again, I would just echo what's been said around the table. I don't think we've got any issue with the drafting of the and the aspirations of the vision. I think they are strong, and I think they kind of achieve what the council would like to achieve. Unfortunately, I think there's this massive gulf between what the vision's proposing to deliver and the reality in terms of actually identifying the need, and there's a wide gulf between the two. So the expectations are at odds with one another. And I think, as my colleagues have said around the table, I think if that's not going to be realised, if the need is not going to be realised, then that needs to be reflected in the vision and really thought through from first principles. Because at the moment, I think from reading this the local plan, it's going to be I think difficult for people to understand where the local authority are in terms of this gap between the two. So I think it over-promises and under-delivers. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Darley.
Thank you, Ma'am. I think I can be brief. So I agree with everyone else around the table. We support the vision that's set out in our statement at paragraph 2.3. There's just a clear disconnect between the vision, how they then translate into the objectives, and ultimately then how that then translates into the strategy in particular policies SP1, SP2. The objectives on thriving neighbourhoods and communities, creating a housing market that works for everyone, providing quality, choice and affordability. Well, the strategy that's set out in policy SP2, and I know it's been discussed before and will continue to be discussed, we just consider that objective isn't going to be achieved through the strategy that's set out in the plan. I'll leave it at that, Ma'am, because I think everything I'm going to say has been very eloquently put by others, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council, I want to come back on any of that, and in particular the comment that was made by Mr. Good about the bullet 3 and thriving neighbourhoods.
Yeah, I've just taken instructions on that, and that bullet point was intended to reflect paragraph 62 of the framework, so the council would accept a modification to that to make sure it's consistent in respect of all of those groups, and we agree that that's a good idea. So that was that one. I mean, more generally, I think a number of the points that have been made go back to substantive points about the council strategy. So we're not going to repeat our response to that here, but just to obviously clarify, we don't agree with what's been said. The council considers that its vision and objectives do reflect its strategy. It's what the council is trying to achieve essentially through its strategy. Mr. Key says, well, and rightly says, really, whether or not you agree with that depends on what you think about the strategy in respect of the plan, and we agree with that as well. We don't agree with Mr. Bolton that there's any lack of clarity. So, for example, in terms of what the vision and objectives say, and just to deal with that point, for example, you'll see it paragraph 3.6 to 3.8. Under the heading housing growth, the council is clear that in setting a housing requirement, this is 3.6, the plan balances economic, social and environmental objectives, but a key priority is to maximise the use of brownfield sites within the existing urban areas. Releasing large amounts of greenbelt land would potentially jeopardise the regeneration of brownfield sites and would lead to higher carbon emissions due to increased need to travel. And 3.8 makes it clear that the housing growth figures set out in SP1 reflect the capacity of the existing urban areas and the restrictions imposed by the Greenbelt. Now, I know that we have a different view from Mr. Bolton as to whether or not that represents a sound strategy. As I say, I'm not going to go back into that, but the wording of the vision and objectives as drafted reflects the council strategy.
Okay, thank you. Ms Harding, do you want to come in there?
Hi. Yes, just to start off, I won't repeat what's already been said on this side of the room, but it would be fair to say that I agree with the comments that have been made around the disconnect between the two approaches. But I also just wanted to comment on the fact that it's not just about the fact that the council have talked a lot about meeting need where we don't feel that they are going to. It's also the fact that things like urban regeneration and protection of the green belt are not actually mentioned in the vision, aims and objectives. So this is what the council are considering to be their key element of their policy, and the closest you get to it is in the last bullet point on the Green City, where it talks about efficient use of land, maximising previously developed land and high density development in accessible locations. That is the closest the council are getting to saying the words urban regeneration and greenbelt, which is the key side of their housing and spatial strategy. So admittedly, they go on in section 3 to then talk about the elements that have just been mentioned by Ms Reid in terms of that. But you'd think if this is the whole case for their spatial strategy, they would have brought the words regeneration out in their vision. They would have brought out the fact that they're protecting their green belt as part of their objectives. It isn't there. I mean, I think that's quite a fundamental disconnect in my mind.
Thank you. Mr Bolton.
Thank you. That was the point I was going to make. If you look at the objectives in section 2 rather than section 3, what we know, because it's been explained to us a number of times by the council, that the prime objective of the council is not to review the green belt. Now that's a planning judgment. It's not one we agree with, but it's one that needs to be made clear, because that leads through to the capacity-based approach and the consequences. Plans need to be evidence-based. So we'll look forward to hearing evidence that the full amount of affordable housing will be delivered and the full requirement for family housing will be delivered and that the full requirement for older persons housing will be delivered. In terms of the latter, I note there's not a single allocation being proposed for older persons housing in the plan, so I find it quite difficult to understand what evidence the council are going to adduce to demonstrate that point. The point about lack of clarity, that wasn't my point. My point was very much the point that's just been made about the driving force for this is protection of the green belt, and that needs to be front and forward in the objectives, and the consequences of that need to be evidenced. You can't make statements and then have a plan that doesn't deliver. It brings a process into disrepute. Just on paragraph 3.7 that was brought to your attention, and we've had this debate, and I don't want to open it again, but there's a difference, I think, between what I think housing need is and what the council say housing need is. So can you just look at 3.7 and see whether that actually is a correct summation of what's happening? Housing need in Sheffield is not being met. It's not relying on other authorities to meet housing need, it's just not meeting it overall. So you might think that a modification, at least changing the word need to requirement, would be a better way of describing that of a situation. It's about, to some extent, it's about clarity about what the plan's doing. It ought to mention, the plan doesn't actually mention standard method once. It's not in there. Neither is the figure. So there's no recognition that there is a high level of need that's been calculated that's not being accommodated in the plan. And I think just to be upfront about that would be a starting point. I mean, my view is it needs to be met, or at least attempts need to get close to it, but simply not mentioning it is slightly disingenuous to the public, I think.
Okay, thank you. Ms Reid.
I suppose just a couple of points. I'll agree. The council's vision and objectives don't need to rehearse all of the various points that you've listened to at the examination, because it will reflect the plan that ultimately comes forward in a sound form. So I suppose that's the answer to that. In terms of the point about vision on objectives in respect of greenbelt and regeneration, I think the council's view was that that was expressed through sort of disaggregating what it hoped to achieve in respect of those points in the vision and objectives and the bullet points, But obviously, if it was thought necessary to include an additional bullet point to state protect the green belt and secure the regeneration of the urban areas for clarity, or words to that effect, then there'd be no objection to that. I mean, it's already there in 3.6 and 3.8, as I've indicated already, for example, in respect of housing growth. But if it was thought that it would help to have that in the bullet points above as well, there'd be no objection. But as I say, I think those visions and objectives and the diagram at page 15 were sort of intended to express what was hoped to be achieved in terms of those two broad headings, essentially. You know, so for example, thriving neighbourhoods and communities with high quality, affordable homes provided in sustainable locations, a green city, continues to cherish, protect and enhance biodiversity, green and blue infrastructure, etc.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I guess, obviously, we're looking at the broader strategy. We may need to come back to looking at a vision and objectives. So, and we can reflect on whether it would be useful to include another bullet point in the objectives, as you suggested. But does anybody else have any further comments?
I suppose, Ma'am, it would just be in terms of Mr Good's point about paragraph 62 of the framework, whether you'd like us to put as an action point just some suggested wording in respect of that point.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you. So, if nobody else has got any further comments on vision and objectives, then we can move on to the next agenda item.
Okay, thank you very much. So if we move on to then item 3, which is the general spatial strategy, and this is as set out in the first paragraph of Policy SP2. My first bullet point under this item is just really a terminology question. I just wanted to clarify what the council meant by majority. Just looking as well at paragraph 3.9, the supporting text, it refers to most. In the policy itself, there's the word majority, and then I've also seen that in policy H1, a different terminology again, words primarily focused, that's part A of policy H1. So if the council could just clarify exactly what it means, because obviously majority can mean 51% if you take it to the absolute letter of the dictionary meaning.
Yes, certainly. So, yes, we would agree to change the wording to most, because we're in agreement that majority would imply more than half, which wasn't the intention. So we'd suggest for SP2 sentence 1, it could be changed to I've got the wrong one. It's our notes. Most of future growth will be on previously developed sites in the existing urban areas. So that's SP2 sentence 1. And then, was it H1, which is second point? Yeah.
Yes, I only spotted that last night, that obviously it's different again. It says primarily focused, which is sort of most really. So, I mean, either of those terms, I think, would be sufficient. Okay, so if you could add that then to the list of potential main modifications, that's obviously depending whether we agree with the general strategy itself, but we will reach a conclusion on that, as I said yesterday, in due course. So then the second bullet point I've got down here is really just about, obviously you've set yourself that, well, it's not a specific percentage, but you've set yourself that target. What does your latest supply evidence show regarding that strategy? Is it capable of delivery?
Yeah, certainly. So as you've set out, the strategy for housing delivery as set out in SP2 is a capacity-led requirement. So the supply evidence is therefore reflected in the requirement and thus the strategy. So just to take the two questions one at a time. So the first part of your question is, does the council's supply evidence show that the strategy is capable of delivery? Just a few points on that. So I think firstly to say that yes, it is capable because it is being delivered. If there were windows in this building, you could look out and see the cranes in the skies, and I think that just shows the evidence that the sites are being delivered, and that's backed up by evidence in our trajectory. So just to give you a few figures, so 26% of the allocated housing sites are already under construction or have been completed in the last year, 22-23. And 9% more of allocations have planning permission, which haven't yet started. And that's set out in our table under Matter 8 statement, but the figures are reflected from the Exam 7 trajectory. Further evidence to show that the strategy is capable of being delivered and is being delivered is that under Exam 55, we set out more recently that the planned supply for the 5-year period from 25-26 to 29-30 is 5.7 years. And I believe this will be picked up further under Matter 18. And then just to take your second question, so what proportion of the total supply will be on brownfield land within the main urban area and principal towns? Our assessment based on the most up-to-date trajectory in Exam 55 is that this equates to 89% of the total supply between 23-24 to 38-39 will be on brownfield land in the main urban areas and principal towns. So this percentage just slightly updates the figures that were in the Exam 7 trajectory. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. You mentioned that was, so it was 89% between 2023-24. Do you have a figure for the whole plan period? Sorry to be pedantic.
Yeah, just one. I will have a look for you now. Just open the spreadsheet up. Okay. I do have it here, but I haven't got the number to hand. It would take me probably about 5 minutes. So could we come back on the exact figure?
If we just come back after the morning break and confirm that for me. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Right, I'll now turn to other participants around the table. If you've got any comments on the first 2 bullet points and the supply issue that we've just discussed and the delivery, or any comments on the general spatial strategy as well, then please put your nameplates on the end at this stage and I'll bring you in. Okay, Mr. Bolton.
Thank you. Firstly, on the first point of changing the word from majority to most, yes, that will depend upon your findings, but even the word most might actually cover a strategy that concentrates development in the city centre, but allows the release of sustainable greenfield, greenbelt sites. It could still be a numerically more in the city centre than being released on those sites. That does depend on your findings about the viability of those sites. And if I go on to that point now, we have made, under Matter 8, some very clear evidence where we've relied on the Council's own evidence with regard to the viability of sites to assess whether those sites are viable or in viable areas. And we've found that a significant number are not viable, and that's in Matter 8, so we'll come to that in detail. The Council's answer to that in terms of evidence is look out the window. I don't think that is evidence-based planning. The evidence you've got is a lot of these sites, on the Council's own evidence, are unviable and cannot deliver the types of development that the council are proposing on the sites. That's their evidence. If they want to counter their own evidence, then they need to produce further evidence to you to give you confidence that those sites are actually viable. That's not been done at the present time. We've worked on many sites in the city. Some of them have come through and been built. Others haven't. Others have remained vacant for decades. So it's got, brownfield sites in a city like this where margins are very, very tight are very difficult to bring forward. In terms of the percentage you've been given, we've been told you can rely on the plan because 26 of the allocated sites are under construction. Well, let's be quite honest about this. There's the strategy, 24% of the total number of dwellings in the strategy are forecast to come forward on unidentified sites. So they're sites that are not allocated. And that's in paragraph 2.30 of my on page 8 of my submission on this matter. So even on the very reduced figure you've got in terms of housing, a quarter of it isn't subject to allocation. A lot of these points we're going to pick up further down the road in other sessions, so I won't go further than that, but they're the headline points for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Edgerly, you were next.
Thank you. I kind of welcome the any sort of changes to provide that clarity around the majority, most, however that kind of pans out. So, but we, as we've sort of looked at before, the sort of focus on that previously developed land, in our view, will sort of bring issues over the plan period in relation to the mix, the viability, and also the provision of infrastructure. Linking this back to the sort of early discussion today about the vision, I think this clearly shows how there is that sort of mismatch between the policies. The focus on previously developed land, will clearly only deliver a specific type of development, through across the plan period. We heard from the council the role of Homes England and how additional funding is being provided to facilitate growth and development. And I think basing a strategy on such instance is really, really tricky. The approach to previously developed land and that need for additional funding through external partners, places, shows that the plan isn't going to be achievable and deliverable. It's also then going to lead to other challenges which provide a lack of variety of dwellings across the area. The lack of housing and the lack of choice will place a limited number of sites under a huge burden to deliver the infrastructure provision. And this is also alongside other requirements such as affordable housing, BNG, and also placemaking requirements that the council have. As was set out within our hearing statements, the strategy fails to deliver that mix of dwelling types that are required across the plan, and the focus of this spatial strategy will just lead to the same dwellings being provided on the same type of sites. The lack of choice, and in particular lack of family housing, is a real risk, and we consider this approach to be flawed. We think the strategy needs to be revised to deliver the range of sites, allocations and opportunities to meet the housing needs of the area, and with a positive approach that's currently not in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving around the table to Mr. Good.
Thank you, Ma'am. I won't reiterate what other people have said. We have similar issues, as you know, in regards to the scope and viability issues that are in our hearing statement. One thing I would say, having received exam 55 the other day and looked at the supply there, it suggests now, which is a slight change to what the plan said, there's a 1319 oversupply over the plan period if everything comes forward. That's less than 4%. And we know due to viability issues, that there are likely to be some sites that won't come forward? And is that an adequate buffer to make sure the plan on the reduced requirement, which we don't agree with, comes forward? I'm not overly convinced. And I do have some significant concerns around that. In terms of paragraph 1, which you mentioned, I think the revision of the wording probably would be helpful, particularly if you find the current strategy sound. We do have some concerns, and I'll leave this and I'll park this issue now because I know it's further down the agenda, regards to how the principal towns themselves are working and the scope of development within those areas. But I'll just park that one for now, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Mr Hobson.
Thank you, ma'am. I just wanted to go back to the question of does the council supply evidence show the strategy is capable of delivery? Clearly, there is a sensitivity in the city centre in terms of the delivery of brownfield sites, and I just wanted to go to the whole plan viability assessment there at paragraph 12.71, which talks about city centres and the difficulties that may be related to the delivery of brownfield sites, and it does show there that it does state there, it says the council should not rely on brownfield sites within these areas to deliver the housing numbers required unless there is clear evidence that these sites are actually deliverable. And then it goes and suggests examples of recent planning consents, public intervention of the market, or they're owned by the council, or there is a commitment. Now, I would suggest that there's no such evidence that's actually been forthcoming, particularly in relation to the allocated sites. Constraints such as multiple ownership, or whether land assembly, viability, and all that leads to delays. So I think there is a clear issue there on deliverability of focusing development on the city centre. I think also the types of developments generally tend to be apartments, and those are susceptible to market sensitivities. So it's either all or nothing really in terms of tying up capital for a great number of years. So I think that the plan needs to have greater flexibility in terms of particularly the early years of bringing forward sites. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Darley.
Thank you, ma'am. I was going to make the same point, or one of my points was the same point that Mr Hobson's just made, so I won't go there. Going back to the point about looking out the window, there's your evidence. Well, a number of the schemes that are where there's cranes on the horizon, a lot of those schemes have taken a very long time to come forward. In terms of evidence, I want to draw your attention to the appendix to my statement, the start to finish research that my company's produced. And we've discussed this evidence at previous examinations, but the most recent version of that evidence has a specific section, section 6, which deals with delivery of brownfield urban apartment schemes and the timescales that those type of schemes take to come forward. And if I can just quote from the conclusions of that piece of research, and it's page 28 of that research. What it says is the largest apartment schemes delivered on brownfield sites appear susceptible to elongated planning delivery periods compared to the benchmark averages of conventional houses on sites of a similar scale. There can be protracted periods of redesign and site scale, which means implementation can take longer. They're also more susceptible to downturns in the market, which is the point which Mr Hobson just made. Furthermore, the nature of apartment schemes built in blocks rather than individual dwellings also means that annualised build-out rates can be lumpy. But I think the most important point is combined, these factors mean that any local authority relying on brownfield apartment developments to meet its housing needs, which is what Sheffield are doing, will likely need to incorporate flexibility in its approach when arriving at a realistic housing trajectory. And my point is simply that flexibility isn't built into the plan, and the plan will fail as a result. Ma'am, are you inviting comments on the third bullet point at this point, or is that... Okay, just one additional point then, if I may. We heard before reference to paragraph 3.6 of the plan, where it talks, and this is the sort of wider premise about if we were to release large amounts of land from the green belt, would jeopardise regeneration of brownfield sites and lead to higher carbon emissions due to increased need to travel. I just want to draw your attention to the Council's executive report, exam 15 from January 2022, where they go through the different options and they set out the benefits and disbenefits of each option. Under the disbenefits of the option 1, which is the urban capacity-led approach, brownfield-only approach, which obviously they went with option 3, which is a variation of that. But in terms of the disbenefits of such an approach, it states more households wanting family-sized accommodation may be forced to look outside of Sheffield. This could lead to increased commuting. I think that's clearly what will happen. By focusing development in the central area, it's not going to accommodate the needs of families, and therefore families and people wanting large type properties will be forced to look outside of Sheffield, and therefore will lead to increased commuting. So this point that releasing land from the green belt will result in increased need to travel, I don't accept that point. I think in the council's evidence, the council's own evidence demonstrates that point too.
Thank you very much, Mr. Darley. Miss Harding, I think you were next.
Thank you. I keep being very slow with putting my card up here, but I agree with what people have said around the table. Generally speaking, I agree that changing majority to most would be acceptable. As with others, I have concerns about the deliverability of the plan and the lack of flexibility in terms of the supply. I'd set these out in my hearing statement, but I think they've all been well covered by other people. I agree with what's been said, that there could still be a focus with most of the future growth on previously developed sites within the urban areas and still be green belt release. We don't think there's a reason why there can't be urban regeneration as well as that green belt availability. We think that the spatial strategy can only be considered appropriate if it delivers the vision, aims and objectives. As we've said at the moment, we think there's a discord between the two. The vision, aims and objectives overall suggest that it needs to have a housing market that provides for everybody quality, choice, affordability, meeting the needs of different households and types. And I think, as has been set out by other people, we, around the house building industry, development industry, don't think that's going to happen. And therefore, we don't think this spatial strategy is actually going to meet those vision, aims and objectives. And that first paragraph is almost like the highlight of why that's not going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mum. Yeah, I've got a few comments to make, Mum. I'm hoping not to repeat anything that we've gone through over the last few days, Mum, but I think we just need to try and pull it a little bit together. I think also to reflect as well on employment, because a lot of comments have been on about housing, so I'll try and cover everything off. So the first question obviously was, does the council supply evidence show that strategy is capable of delivery? Clearly that's housing and employment. I think obviously we've been talking about housing quite a bit. Clearly the answer that you've heard over the last few days in terms of housing is no. Clearly we've got employment to come up on Tuesday. The evidence that just briefly touched on yesterday is clearly the answer is no as well. That's set out as well in terms of obviously the council's evidence on housing, which is actually in the plan, which says they've only got sufficient deliverable supply in paragraph 5.3 for the first 5 years of the plan. And then then it says a further supply of developer sites will come forward on other sites, and other sites may emerge in the future. So it's clearly a short-term plan. That's we've set out in our statements, and obviously we've reviewed the sites as well as others around the table, and we've clearly put our submissions forward. We'll touch on that again, I think, when you get to the housing supply session when we get to the autumn. But clearly the answer is no in that sense. And obviously against the need, the answer is clearly no, obviously, and in terms of the requirement as well. So the question then came back to, and as we've touched on the last couple of days, is around reasonable alternatives and whether they've actually been considered and the implications of those. Clearly we've touched on the integrated impact assessment. The council put forward in their paragraph 3.3 under the growth plan and spatial strategy, adopting the approach they've taken. This approach will limit outward expansion, help reduce travel by private car and encourage active travel and improve the viability and attractiveness of public transport. I think one of the things we picked up on, I think yesterday and on Tuesday, is about the implications of this urban capacity and urban constrained approach and the impact on other authorities and other parts of the region surrounding Sheffield. Clearly then we get to 3.7, that's been picked up already, around they're not relying on other authorities. Obviously we've got the duty to cooperate, which says everybody's picking up their own needs. And then the council's approach to say they're not relying on others, but that provides the flexibility. But that then brings us back again to the consideration of the impact on other authorities, because then that plays through to 3.9, and the last sentence there says that by them adopting their approach, sustainable the small villages that are washed over, etc. But then one of the things I picked up there is it says, because of lack of local facilities, poor public transport links to the main urban area. But yet they're forcing effectively that leapfrog effect because of the green belt, they're forcing into other areas. And I live not too far from Sheffield, and it's impossible for me to get in by public transport. Yet, you know, the impact of this, has that been assessed? What are the alternatives? I know we've touched on some of this already, but I thought I'd just pick up these other little choice sentences and see how that flows through the plan. Then we look at economic growth and employment growth, and obviously we've already touched on the council aren't providing sufficient employment land to pick up their own, the needs that have been identified within the employment land review and also the logistics study. And then back to today's debate around obviously the link between SP1 and SP2. Clearly, we touched on the other day around locational characteristics of employment, where that's being picked up, how that's actually coming through. Clearly, 3.16 paragraphs from 3.15 downwards talks about where they're locating employment. But then how is that picked up with SP2? How about other employment sites that may come forward? Where's the flexibility in terms of employment land? There isn't anything in here around picking up, you know, potential sites that may come forward. How is that being addressed? Are we just reverting back to the NPPF? I just feel, again, by trying to say that actually in terms of employment, obviously they're saying we're only meeting employment within North West Sheffield, North East Sheffield, East Sheffield and South East Sheffield, and within these specific areas. That's all in supporting subtext. And then it's meant to play through into SP2, which is spatial strategy. Most future growth will be on previously developed sites within existing urban areas. But then how does that relate across to Chapter 11 within the NPPF, which talks about, doesn't just talk about previously developed land, it talks about suitable brownfield land. It also talks about remediating despoiled, degraded, derelict, contaminated or unstable land. So that's a slightly broader, more flexible definition than previously developed, just purely brownfield previously developed land. It's slightly different. It's picked up, and that says what planning policies and decisions should do. But I think there isn't that flow through within the plan in terms of how we actually do to deliver employment growth and employment strategy. Because when you then get back to, and a lovely pet subject of the committees that decided this strategy, and how members and whether members actually were informed by the integrated impact assessment or not, or whether they had all the available evidence when they made those decisions, the 9 members of the transitional committee. And the debate that was had, which, as you've seen in our submissions, primarily focused around housing. And effectively, we just don't want to release Greenbelt, really didn't pick up the issues grappling with housing, but also the issues grappling with employment. It says, we recommend that there's within the Transitional Committee of the 13th of January 2022, paragraph 1.4.7, it says, we recommend that members take into account the shortfall in the oversupply of employment land to 2039, as well as the potential to provide additional better quality land that would be suitable for logistics and manufacturing, possibly on the east of the city, close to the M1 motorway. And it then goes on around also wanting to expand AMID as well, trying to deliver that growth, that aspirational growth, the flexibility around that. But yet when you go back to the minutes, and I was there and watching it with keen interest, that members literally, all they talked about was, we just don't want to release Greenbelt. They didn't really look at or consider the implications or the strategy or about the needs and quality and types of housing or the need, quality, type of employment, Mum. So I think we are here, that's the reason why we're here, but also I think the plan doesn't really pick up on those needs, doesn't pick up on the evidence, doesn't pick up on the strategy. Appreciate. Sorry for any repetition. Thank you, Mel.
Thank you, that's fine. Mr Hobson.
Thank you for that. Just picking up on Mr Rose's comment, I would agree that the plan doesn't actually allow for employment in the right places, and I'd refer to the Employment Land Review, EM05, at paragraph 8.25, which talks about recommending that there should be ensuring a flexible and responsive policy framework, and then it goes on to say how this can be delivered, and it talks about how the delivery of employment land can be prioritised in particular areas and for particular uses, or how scope can be created to deliver inward investment opportunities for Sheffield, in particular by attracting and capitalising on growth opportunities provided by AMID. So they recognise that there, but there should be more kind of positive strategic planning in relation to employment, particularly in those areas where there's good accessibility to the motorway. So it comes back to the council not grasping the nettle in terms of the Greenbelt issue, and therefore underperforming in terms of providing the right kind of employment sites in the right locations that would deliver the right inward investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contributions. I've noted down obviously all of your points that you've raised. I don't have any further questions, but before we end on item 3, does the council wish to say anything in response to what's been said?
Only very briefly, 2 points, I think. Just in terms of the majority, most, or other wording, Mum, I think we've just had a think about that. And I think, and just for clarity, your suggestion of an alternative primarily focused is possibly the right way to go, because it doesn't imply a particular quantum. It implies a focus, which was the intention. So we'll suggest some wording associated with that. The other point is just a general one really at this stage, and it's just in response to some of the points that were raised in respect of housing, and it's paragraph 68 of the framework, and what strategic planning authorities are required to do at the plan making stage, and policy should identify a sufficient supply and mix of sites. And planning policy should identify a supply of A, specific deliverable sites for years 1 to 5 of the plan period, and then B, specific developable sites or broad locations for growth. So obviously the definition of developable being different to deliverable for years 6 to 10, and where possible for 11 to 15 of the plan. And the council will say that it does that, and I can provide you with the references to the numbers now, but I'm sure you have those in any case. In terms of interrogating those figures, issues of delivery, developability, viability, flexibility, the trajectory, in terms of housing land, and also the supply and need in respect of employment land are matters that are going to be dealt with at later sessions. So we'll deal with the substantive points that have been raised then. Thank you.
Just to come back on your point about the figure for previously developed, so we have it now. So including from the period 22-23 to 38-39, the proportion of total supply on brownfield land within main urban area and principal towns is 92%. So that takes account of completions in 22-23.
Thank you for confirming that.
Okay.
Okay. Right, I think that probably completes item 3, and it's not far off 11 o'clock. So before we start item 4, I think it would be a good point to take a short comfort break. I'm going to suggest 15 minutes. So if we could meet back at 11:05. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone. We have reached item 4 on the agenda for this morning, which is sub-areas. I've just got a couple of questions about how the sub-areas were defined. Obviously, as I said before, the sub-area policies will be covered in more detail at the stage 2 hearings themselves. So firstly, if I could just start off by asking the Council, this is a really sort of back to basics question, is just can you outline for me how the sub-areas were selected and defined?
Thank you. Yes, certainly can try. So effectively, the definition of the boundaries of the sub-areas is a qualitative process using officer judgment alongside knowledge of those areas. Largely, the two principal towns are separated from the rest of the urban area, so they form distinct sub-areas. It is just worth noting that the sub-area that incorporates Chapel Town, the principal town, does also include a small area of the northern part of the main urban area. The reason for that being the way that area hangs together. The central area is reflective of the city centre within the ring road, as well as some areas on the periphery that are similar in character. For example, the area around Kelham and Neepsend, and areas around the university, and two of the main roads that lead into the city centre from the southwest and south of the city. Usefully, document CC02, the Central Area Strategy Capacity Report, that describes on a map on page 7 the city centre sub-areas and how they were established, comprising multiple neighbourhoods that share similarities in their townscape characteristics, which allow the city centre to be broken down into rational spatial units to do that work. The other sub-areas largely flow outwards from the central area, not entirely, the southeast doesn't do that, largely from the boundary of the central area, taking account of topography in particular and arterial routes that play a role in differentiating those areas. Also, you probably have noticed, but the beginning of each sub-area policy in Part 1 does include a more detailed, zoomed-in map of those sub-areas so that you can see more clearly where those boundaries lie and the key features within them, including green spaces, green belt, etc.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I just wanted to double check, I think I know the answer, but in those policies, those sub-area policies, you've obviously got spatial distribution of housing and employment growth, so you've got figures in there. Am I assuming that there's entirely based on just the capacity that exists?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I've got no more questions then under that bullet point, but does anyone else around the table wish to comment on any aspect of sub-areas, the level of growth, distribution of growth between them, anything at all, obviously bearing in mind that we will be returning to the issue at the stage 2 hearings. Thank you. Right. Mr. Bolton, I think you were first.
Thank you. At times when we've had responses from Sheffield City Council with regard to affordable housing, they have responded with regard to needs within certain sub-areas. Earlier, when we were looking at a plan, I'm talking a reasonable amount earlier, I think it was 2013, the housing market area assessment then actually identified some 13 sub-areas within the city. That doesn't appear to be in the evidence base for this plan, although those sub-areas do, to a large extent, maybe when a couple of them are combined, provide a very similar type of breakdown of sub-areas to those being proposed. And this feeds into the point we're going to look at, which is with regard to distribution of growth, etc. And just reading from the executive summary of that, when it talks about sub-markets and housing market sectors, and this is on page 20, It says Sheffield remains a divided city in terms of income distribution, with its district characteristics different across different parts of the city. These are reflected in the distinctive nature of each housing market area, because it was looking at housing market areas within the city. It wasn't suggesting that.
Sorry, what was the report you're referring to?
It's the 2013 housing market assessment. I don't think it's got a CD number. I don't think it's been put in by the council as evidence. It then goes on to say, second bullet point, internal migration patterns are quite localised. There is a high degree of place attachment in Sheffield's housing market, which means movers often seek to remain within the same neighbourhood. And on a personal note, as I've related, I've lived in Sheffield for about 30 years, and I'm guilty of that. I've moved probably no more than 500 metres or a mile in my entire life of living in Sheffield. And it goes on to say that it remains a complex housing market. So I think, you know, when one bears in mind about how needs are being met across the city, I think one has to bear in mind that making provision in one part of the city might not actually meet need in another part for those reasons. If I can turn to table 1 of my submission on this matter, and this uses table 6.7 of the 2018 SHMAR, which does have a CD number. I think it's CD 50, to be clear. There, I have set out in a table the sub-areas, the allocated dwelling numbers, and the affordable housing requirement for each of those sub-areas. And for some of those sub-areas, the difference is very stark. For North West Sheffield, total allocations 854, total number of affordable housing requirement 2,240. This is on page 13 of my Matter 4 submission, so if you make a note of that, you don't need to make a note of all the numbers. For South Sheffield, allocated dwellings 728, total affordable housing requirement 1,808. South West Sheffield, allocated dwellings 854, affordable housing requirement 2,880. So what we see amongst those sub-areas is a huge, if you like, difference in terms of the actual affordable housing need and the actual allocated dwellings. For some of the other areas, they're closer match. For Stocksbridge, for example, it's 914 allocated dwellings with a total affordable housing requirement of 864. There are a few, like North East Sheffield, where there is a negative requirement because of the balance of stock there, but it still doesn't overcome the imbalance in some of these sub-areas, which I think is something we'll come on to, but in general terms for this discussion, I think it needs to be highlighted so that when you go on and look at the sub-areas, you have that background of the balance of affordable housing need against allocations and whether or not the allocations will deliver those affordable houses in those sub-areas. Thank you.
No, thank you for raising that point. Mr. Good.
Thank you. And like Mr. Bolton, I'll save most of my points for the relevant sub-area discussion and not go into too much detail, but you'll be aware through our submissions our client has a particular interest in the Chapeltown and High Green sub-area. And I think, to me, this is one of the most extreme examples of the council's preferred strategy in terms of brownfield urban centres. Chapeltown, sorry, my voice is going. Chapeltown and High Green contains Principal Town, which is identified within the settlement hierarchy, which I know you're going to discuss next up as a key area for growth. However, in terms of housing growth, the allocations provide just 25 dwellings over the plan period, which, given the scale and the role of that settlement, does seem slightly at odds with its settlement hierarchy. Now, I'm aware that the reason for that low number is because of the very detailed and intimate focus on brownfield only and not wanting to release greenbelt, because those sites around that area, if you look outside of the settlement boundary, tend to be within the greenbelt. There isn't anywhere else to go. It just seems to me slightly odd to have such a settlement which is quite clearly sustainable with so little growth attached to it. And it goes back to the point which Mr. Bolton just made and I alluded to yesterday. It's around meeting needs where they are generated, and within some of our later hearing statements you'll see that we've identified some specific needs for that area. But none of those, I can't see how those will be met with such a low figure of housing. And it's that approach which we struggle with. And will someone from Chapeltown High Green want to live in the city centre? From what you've just heard from Mr. Bolton, and I would agree with that, I think the likelihood of that is no. So what happens within those areas? Where do those people go? What is the impact on those areas?
Thank you very much. Mr. Hobson.
Thank you, Mum. I was going to make a similar point to Mr. Good. I've got a site up in sub-area 9, at Chapeltown High Green, and that it does highlight this imbalance between what could be good planning practice and sustainability in terms of where to locate growth, and the council's view in terms of the capacity-led approach, which is stifling growth within that principal town. So I think that kind of low growth strategy then doesn't align with the objectives of creating a thriving neighbourhood. It's just stifling growth from both not only a residential point of view, but also the employment approach as well. I'd also just like to go on to talk about another sub-area, which is SA3, which is North East Sheffield. And again, that's looked at from an employment point of view as a convenient place and a strategic place in terms of motorway corridor, and it's served by a large residential population as well. And just coming back to the point I made previously in relation to the comment and the recommendations within the Employment Land Review, EMO 5, where it recommends that there should be a prioritisation in terms of employment land, particularly in areas which attract inward investment. My client already owns one of the sites that is promoted for employment purposes, which is Smithy Wood, and what we're proposing to do is actually trying to expand that so there'll be a critical mass there, and therefore capitalising on growth and in inward investment. So I think there's an opportunity there that's been overlooked in relation to that particular sub-area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Before bringing in Mr. Rose and then Mr. Bolton again, if I just give the council opportunity, I think, to just respond to some of those points that have been raised by several parties about this issue of local need within the community for additional housing and how the plans responded to that.
Thank you. Well, I think I'd start by saying, as previously noted, distribution of growth is largely capacity-led. I think we've been through that several times over the last few days, and therefore the distribution does reflect the site capacity and availability of suitable sites, which are largely brownfield. In any plan, there will always be areas where there is more growth than others and where growth is constrained. We do acknowledge that this results in some sub-areas having significantly greater capacity for growth than others, especially where they aren't constrained by factors such as the Greenbelt. Certainly recognise the points that Mr. Good and Mr. Hobson have made about Chapeltown, the principal town up there, which is surrounded by the Greenbelt. Obviously, the central area represents a substantial element of our supply, as we've touched on, and I'm sure we'll continue to focus back on. I don't think I've got any further points to make on that, because once you've taken the course of a strategy which seeks to protect the green belt because there aren't exceptional circumstances for releasing land, and you're taking a capacity-led approach, then you are led by the capacity. So just for reference, within the plan itself, Table 2 does provide a useful breakdown by sub-area of the quantum of housing by different categories. That will illustrate the points that I've made and also that's made by across the table. I suppose what it does explain slightly further is that whilst there are more extreme examples, Chapeltown being one of them, there are other sub-areas which are providing reasonable levels of housing growth across the city. That does stray into the next point about settlement hierarchy, so I'll just pause there.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Mr. Rose.
Thanks, Ma'am. It's just a couple of quick points really, because it relates back to obviously the council accepting, yesterday obviously it's a capacity-led approach. This is what's led the strategy, but then when you get down to the 9 sub areas, it's not really a strategy. It's just literally, this is what we've got. This is where we can find sites that are they say are available, suitable and achievable. So it's not really strategizing, looking back, looking visionary, looking back at the NPPF, looking back at the vision and objectives and the strategy of the plan as to how to deliver that growth or that aspiration, how to meet the need. That's been identified. Obviously, the first paragraph of Policy SP21 says the Sheffield plan will realise the vision for an economically stronger, fairer, more inclusive and sustainable city by promoting growth that delivers the homes, jobs, employment floor space, infrastructure and community facilities to meet Sheffield's identified needs. And I think then we get to SP2, and I just do wonder what the purpose of SP2 is, because then actually it's just, this is the capacity, these are the sites, these are the areas that obviously judgments have been made as to where to draw a line on the plan, but actually there's been no thought about what is the strategy for that area, what is the strategy for that sub-area, what are we aiming to achieve, what is Stocksbridge trying to do, what is Chapeltown trying to do, what is Ecclesfield trying to do, and that's what a strategy is. Normally when you get to this type of policy in a plan, it's like, we want to deliver regeneration and growth or this, that and the other, and this should be taking X% of the housing and X% of the employment. There's this issue, we're trying to address that. I don't see that in this plan. I don't see how it's trying to grapple with the issues, how it's actually trying to deliver an economically stronger, fairer, more inclusive and sustainable city and meet its identified needs. That is the trouble, and I think because the plan is brownfield and its urban area sites only, it's like there's actually no need for a lot of what's in here because they can just come through on the NPPF and the current plan. So clearly we've put in, and I referenced yesterday, clearly we've had a real close look at Stocksbridge. We've done a sort of housing market assessment of Stocksbridge, what the issues are actually in Stocksbridge and around sort of trying to diversify and address some of the housing needs and the regeneration and what Stocksbridge actually needs in terms of that intervention. That's inward investment and things like that we've talked about in terms of for employment and what the employment studies are showing. So I think on both the housing and employment front, there's a deficiency here and there's no clarity between SP2 and SP1. And actually, what is the purpose of SP2? I don't see the need in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bolton.
Just to assist my friends who are promoting sites in Chapeltown and High Green, which is an area we also have clients' interest in. The allocated dwellings, according to the exam 7 Appendix 1, is 23 rather than 25 in the Table 2 of the plan. That doesn't make a lot of difference really when it's that low. But the affordable housing requirement from the SHMA is 1,344. So huge differential again in that location. And while I have already drawn your attention to, as the council did, there are some areas that have a negative requirement for affordable housing, and where affordable housing is in better balance, it still doesn't address the issue that affordable housing will be met within those sub-markets. Certainly, market need will not be met within those markets. And we understand why. I mean, the council have been quite honest with us, is that once they've made the decision that they're not going to move Greenbelt boundary, then the location of housing development is pretty much out of their hands. Which, as a planner, I find disappointing, but we'll leave it there. The last point to make was the reference that affordable housing needs would be met in the city centre. We'll come and look at how that works out, because certainly the whole plan viability statement suggests that the city centre and related areas are not viable to deliver affordable housing. So one of the questions you might ask is the amount of affordable housing that's being delivered in the city centre, which is not supported, if you like, by grants by Home England. In other words, it's being delivered through 106. Thank you. Oh, by the way, did you want a copy of the earlier SMART I referred to?
This is the 2013 version.
This is the one that actually looked at sub areas and actually effectively, rather than just gave you it's been an officer's opinion plus some physical boundaries. It actually looks at movements, etc.
I think, yes, it could be included in the examination library. So, yes, if that could be an action point, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Hobson. In that case, does the council wish to respond to anything that's been said around the table? I can see you have your nameplates up.
Yeah, it was just really to come back on something that Mr. Rose said, which he implied that, or I think he said directly, that this is not a strategy. We disagree with that fundamentally. The central area is very much our focus, and we've made that very clear, and I think that's very strongly reflected in Table 2. You know, regeneration of the city centre has all sorts of benefits in terms of sustainability and reuse of brownfield sites, creating a viable, more vibrant centre. So we do think that is a strategy. Notwithstanding that, I think Table 2 does show, as Ms Stevens said earlier, that there is a distribution across most of the other sub areas. We acknowledge that Chapeltown has less, significantly less than some of the others, but that Stocksbridge, for example, has over 900 homes identified in the supply for that sub area. So there is substantial supply, and much of that will be family type housing in those areas as well.
Thank you. Ms Reid. Mr Darley.
Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't going to comment on this, but just on that last point, I mean, I fully agree with Mr Rose that the approach is not a spatial strategy. I accept it's a strategy. It's a capacity-led strategy. But it's not a spatial strategy. If there was more brownfield sites in Chapeltown or Stocksbridge, those numbers would change, and that's not spatially led. It's a strategy that's led by brownfield capacity. So if the plan is going to continue its current form, I think Policy SP2 should be amended to actually be honest about what it is. It's not a spatial strategy.
Okay, thank you very much for everyone's comments on this item then. I think probably that takes us on then to item 5, which is the role of the settlement hierarchy. So these are the different categories listed in Policy SP2. So the main urban area of Sheffield, the principal towns, larger villages and smaller villages. So my first question to the council, and again it's very much a back to basics question, is can you just tell me how the settlement hierarchy was identified? I'm assuming it may have been a carryover from your previous plan.
Thank you. Yes, I'm hoping it's quite a straightforward answer. Primarily, Sheffield forms a single large urban area with the two principal towns, which that hasn't changed. They're still towns separated from the urban area. That hasn't changed since the Unitary Development Plan and the core strategy. The principal towns offer a range of services and facilities, job opportunities, and a degree of self-containment. So it's right for them to continue to play the role of principal towns. We also have 3 larger villages that are inset within the Greenbelt, which have more limited services. And then we have much smaller hamlets that are washed over by the Greenbelt with virtually no services other than maybe a pub or something. And that's a continuation effectively of the settlement hierarchy that has existed in Sheffield for a long while.
Thank you. Does anyone around the table have any comments on how the settlement hierarchy was defined and what Ms Stevens has just said? Mr Bolton.
What's the point?
Is that it?
Pretty much. The settlement hierarchy doesn't have an impact on where development occurs, because that just occurs where there's brownfield land. So it seems to be. I could understand it if there are policies related to it about what level of development goes into what location, but there isn't.
Thank you for that comment. Then turning to the second bullet point, then do you have a table setting out the distribution of development between the different categories in your hierarchy anywhere? If so, can you just highlight it for me?
There isn't one supplied. We've created one which we can supply to you. Probably goes slightly to Mr Bolton's point that often we refer to our capacity, for example, by sub-areas, because we find that a really useful way of splitting up the city. So we haven't presented the figures in the plan disaggregated by the settlement hierarchy. I'll just really quickly summarise the proportion of growth. First of all, employment growth by sub-area category. The main urban area, 99.5%. Principal town of Stocksbridge, 0.5%. And housing growth, just to note that this doesn't include the small sites, and it doesn't include, obviously, a windfall assumption, because we wouldn't know necessarily where they would be. Main urban area, 95%. Principal town of Stocksbridge, 3%. Principal town of Chapeltown, less than 1%. Large villages, 2%. We can provide that on paper for you if you wish.
Yes, I think it would be useful to have that as a note to be included in the examination library.
Okay,
so
we'll put that together.
Thank you for producing that. Mr Bolton, do you want to come back in?
Yes, hearing those percentages read out reminds me that a similar policy with those percentages in was used in the last, I think it was the core strategy, it might have been the UDP, because both are kind of live as the last extant plan, and they've been used for reasons to prevent development going forward. In other words, it's been suggested that for some of the smaller areas, say for example Chapeltown, reference will be made back to the policy and say, well, if the policy refers to Chapeltown's only having, less than 1% growth, that will be a reason for refusal, or one of the reasons for refusal trotted out against any development that the council don't like in Chapeltown. So while I understand you might wish to have them, can I request that they do not form part of the policy, because they are clearly determined just by what's available at the present time?
I mean, at the moment, obviously, it doesn't form part of the policy, but Ms Stevens, do you want to come back on
No, I
that?
was just going to clarify, really, partially agreeing with Mr Bolton, that it wasn't intended to be part of the policy, which is why it wasn't a table that we had readily available. It's just simply supplied, disaggregated in that particular manner that we're showing to you today. It's neither to support nor prevent development, it's just a matter of the fact of the distribution.
Just to confirm, the reason I've asked for it is just as background information, really, evidence. Thank you. Okay, does anyone, then moving on to the third bullet point under item 5, does anyone have any comments at all on the categories or groupings or anything else to do with the settlement hierarchy? No, okay, thank you. I've got no more questions under item 5, so we'll move on to item 6, which is broad locations for growth. Obviously, this is referenced in policy SP1 and H1 to the identified broad locations for growth. There's reference, cross-reference within those policies to the sub-area policies, where I assumed that they would be, these areas would be listed and defined, but the detail doesn't appear to be, or nowhere I can see within the plan. If you could just outline for me where these broad locations for growth are, how many there are. I've obviously seen the modified key diagram that you've put forward, which has obviously some blobs on there, but it's quite difficult to see where they are and the number. So just the information on the sites would be, the areas would be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, actually, that's an important clarification that these are areas rather than sites. I think a useful place to start is the text box in part 1 that's inset between paragraphs 5.6 and 5.7. That gives a really helpful description of what we mean by broad locations for growth. Areas which are either already transitioning or have potential transition from employment uses to mixed uses or housing, sometimes with or sometimes without public sector support. We've highlighted the types of areas that those tend to be located in. For our own purposes, we use the flexible use areas on the policies map as a proxy for identified broad locations for growth. The largest ones are listed in the sub-area policies and also represented on the key diagram, the tracked change regulation 22 version that you've just alluded to. It's worth noting that there are more than 40 flexible use areas across the city, which are all identified on policies maps, and that they do play really different roles. We certainly wouldn't expect all of those to transition towards residential or other uses. Their role is as flexible use areas, but many of them do indicate the type of areas where there are a mix of uses and where there might be opportunities for users to transition. In a moment, my mic keeps going off. In a moment, we're going to talk a little bit more in detail about the evidence to support the way that we've utilised our assumptions around broad locations for growth and how we've put that into our plan trajectory, where we've taken the form of referring to large site windfalls. That's not intended to confuse or mislead. It's a reflection of the way that we would count those new homes towards delivery. So what we're trying to say here is that the broad locations for growth are not the only areas where you might expect change to happen, because change happens that we don't always foresee, and that would be responded to as appropriate using the whole suite of policies in the plan. The reference to broad locations for growth, where we've talked about flexible use areas as a proxy, is simply to indicate that there are a large number of areas across the city where there is flexibility for future change.
Just to clarify then, there is a difference though, isn't there, between flexible use zones and broad locations for growth, so that there are some flexible use zones that aren't broad locations for growth, is that correct?
That's right. There's some of the flexible use areas we wouldn't expect to see transition. Don't particularly think we need to go through all of the examples of them, but the larger ones that we've listed in the sub-area policies are the areas more likely where you would see a transition.
So do you have actual names, because you've listed the broad areas where these broad locations for growth are, but do you have actual names for these clusters? I'm assuming they're clusters of sites where you've obviously appraised these sites. you've thought there are clusters, hence they're broad locations for potential growth rather than sites. Do you have like a sort of clear list that you can give me?
I can come back on that from a couple of directions. I think just going back to the initial point, the broad locations for growth aren't sites, they're areas. So they're also not site allocations, they are larger areas. So they don't necessarily form a particular list of sites. What Ellie will come on to in a moment in terms of the evidence base relates to knowledge that we do have about land that's out there in those locations that we haven't sought to allocate for new homes at this point.
Because at the moment there's very little information in front of me about where these sites actually are, sort of areas are. And I think there's been quite a few comments from representatives as well on that issue. It's been very difficult for, I think, people to engage in commenting on broad locations for growth without even knowing where they are. And I don't feel the key diagram change gives me much further information. It's quite difficult to read. So I think I'm going to need some more information about, the location. And obviously I've seen other plans which have these broad locations for growth. They're clearly marked with arrows or dotted lines or something, and it can be quite small scale maps that are produced because you've looked at them, you must have appraised these areas. I appreciate they're not sites, but they're going to be clusters and areas which include quite a few potential sites. So I'm just looking for a bit more information, really, if that's possible.
Yeah, what I was going to say was that they are sort of referred to in the sub-area policies, and I think there are a couple of amendments, Laura, I think, that where we've proposed to references to the broad locations for growth within the sub-areas. But I think, I agree, it would be helpful to, if we perhaps give them a name and put a map in, I think that would be helpful. And that's fairly straightforward to do. I think, they would be focused on the key flexible use areas. So yeah, I think that's a helpful suggestion, really.
You mentioned that there were 40 flexible use zones, but obviously not all are broad locations for growth. Do you have a sort of figure for me just for now? How many are broad locations for growth?
Not off the top of my head, no. Some of them are much smaller than others. Some are quite large tranches of land.
Yeah, just to give an example of ones which are definitely not. For example, I think Sheffield Wednesday's football ground is one of them. I think it provides a policy framework for if let's say the football clubs ever decided to merge or something, which I think was mooted at one point. I don't think ever seriously, and it would cause great outrage in the city, I'm sure, if it did. But it's to provide a framework for dealing with applications on those sites. And so, yeah, some of those sites clearly wouldn't be where we would be expecting growth in the future. But there are, I don't know, I think we would need to come back to you with a list of them but I think particularly in the sort of upper and lower Don Valley, Sheaf Valley, are ones off the top that we would sort of particularly refer to.
Thank you. And if this obviously remains within the plan, then I think there would need to be a modification then to actually list them somewhere. And then obviously I appreciate you've put them on the key diagram, but if you were able to show them, I don't know whether perhaps on the sub-area maps, whether that scale could be legible, but I think I'd leave that to you to work out which scale is the most legible. Definitely something below the key diagram level. So then my next set of questions are really about where the evidence is in terms of the suitability and availability, deliverability of each broad location for growth. And this is going back really to what the PPG on housing need and economic development assessment says, because that talks about not just assessing sites, it talks about when you assess these broad locations for growth, what you should be looking for. And it basically says, obviously, you have to look at the suitability, availability, etc., appreciating they're not sites, but of those particular areas. Now, obviously, you've got your healer, your evidence where you've got a lot of sites in there, but And I'm appreciating that some of these sites are within these broad locations for growth, but obviously at the moment, when you look at the evidence base, it's not clear which are the broad locations for growth. It's not identified in your HELA document. So I'd be looking for some sort of evidence around that as well.
Yes, I think so. And I think part of the confusion perhaps arises from how we've described areas in the plan and how we've, for practical purposes in the HELA and housing capacity work, we've put that into numbers. I think, broadly speaking, we're talking about the supply of homes that we have put in the period after the first 5 years of the plan as being developable land for bringing extra capacity forwards. And we've got 3 strands of evidence really that support our assumptions there. First of all, we've got what we've just talked about a bit and what we'll come back to in a moment about the scale of flexible use areas or broad locations for growth, where we expect to see that there'll be opportunity for sites to transition to different users. A couple of other strands that are really important and worth mentioning that we have a breakdown for are the capacity on identified opportunity sites, which we discuss in further detail in our written statement at 4.14.3. The capacity of identified opportunity sites was around 5,100 homes in 2022. It's actually in the more recent HELA increased to 5,700. You rightly pointed out some of those are within what we would term broad locations for growth. Some of them won't be, just to be clear. I think the third of those strands, which we refer to in 4.14.4 of our written statement, is around the number of large windfalls that have been coming forward in the city each year. Our evidence is taken from the HELA. That illustrates that around 736 new homes on average have been granted permission on large sites each year over the last 8 years that were sites we didn't previously have within our supply, i.e. windfalls. So those 3 strands taken together form the basis of the inclusion within our trajectory of the large windfall supply, which is effectively the capacity that we refer to as coming forward on broad locations for growth. That's a starting point, I think, for understanding the evidence base. That leads us to conclude that that's actually quite a conservative estimate over the plan period, 4,675, I think.
Sorry, can I stop you there? Because obviously I've got that on the agenda, but it's just a few bullet points later on.
Yes, I think the reason, sorry, I've stolen Ellie's points, but the reason that I skipped to that was because I think your question was about assessment of suitability of sites. I think what I would say is that, again, reiterating that the broad locations for growth aren't sites, so we don't have a site assessment because they're areas. What we do have is site assessments in the HELA for the identified opportunity sites, which Ellie can explain a little more about. And what we also have is an understanding of how sites come forward in areas like that.
Okay, thank you. And then obviously I've got under the next bullet point just questions about some of the main infrastructure requirements then that might be needed to actually facilitate housing on each of these broad locations, or other sort of constraints that need to be overcome. Can you give me sort of a brief overview of what those might be?
Yes. Again, I'll start by noting that the broad locations for growth, or indeed any other locations in the urban area where windfalls come forwards, they're in the existing urban area, so there's generally infrastructure available. That would obviously need to be monitored, and where necessary, additional infrastructure would need to be identified. By definition, we don't know exactly the sites that those large windfalls will come forward on, and so the site-specific requirements would need to be considered on a site-by-site basis at the planning application stage, utilising the full suite of plan policies, including infrastructure policies. The infrastructure delivery plan indicates broadly the areas in the city where there are infrastructure pressures, such as, for example, on the highway network or in the education capacity, application of policy DC1 in particular would be really important there to ensure that infrastructure pressures are reflected and dealt with through those planning applications.
Okay, so in summary then, you haven't identified any sort of like showstopper, potential large infrastructure requirements that might be needed to support some of this quite considerable growth in some of those areas?
No.
Mr. Vincent, did you wish to come back in? Okay, right, I'll take some comments from around the table then in terms of these broad locations for growth and what has just been discussed. If you have any comments, then please put your nameplate up. Mr. Harding, take you first.
Thank you. To say I'm rather concerned about what's just been discussed is probably putting it mildly. I think I already set out in my hearing statement that there seemed to be some level of confusion, not clarity perhaps, around broad locations and large windfall, which seem to be used interchangeably. I think it's becoming more apparent to me from what the council have said that they are talking large windfall sites rather than broad locations. And my concern then is that the amount of windfall that is in this plan is 3,200 homes from small windfall and 4,675 homes from large windfall. That's almost 8,000 homes on windfall sites of a supply of 34,000. I mean, that's a really, really significant proportion of the development that is on sites that are not actually known to the council, haven't been assessed, can't be determined if they will deliver, haven't been assessed for any level of developability, availability, achievability. I mean, I think it's a real concern, to me at least, particularly with the focus that they have, the concerns that are set out in the viability assessment, how this will actually lead to them delivering their aims, visions, objectives in relation to meeting the housing need. I have real concerns about this. I think it's a very, very poor example of the council showing that they can actually achieve this plan.
Thank you. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Ma'am. Yeah, it's just a short point, Ma'am, because obviously we picked up on this, and I welcome your questions around the information and the evidence around the broad locations for growth, because I think, and it has become clear, that actually, similar to what Ms Harding's just said, is that actually I think they've been given a status above which they actually are by giving them the notation of broad locations for growth, as the council have just highlighted, and obviously the confusion, and we had the confusion around where they are, what they are, and obviously quite a lot of them are already, well, obviously they are all urban sites, whether in flexible use zones or not in flexible use zones. I think what they're trying to paint is actually, they're trying to give the impression that there was more of a strategy there than there actually is. These are actually, because of the capacity-led approach that the council have chosen to take, there isn't actually enough sites actually within the urban area as we sit here today to actually identify a developable and deliverable supply for the 15 years of the plan. So actually what they're trying to say is actually it's all right, at some point in the future there may be some additional sites that may come forward, we don't know where they are, but we think there might be in this area. As we've just highlighted, and actually I made a note as well, which is they are just windfall. It's just windfall sites. Let's just call it what it is. They are windfall sites. They're not broad locations for growth. Quite a lot of these sites, they require land assembly, they might need new infrastructure. If they were special purpose areas, they could actually look at them comprehensively and plan for them in terms of infrastructure requirements. Because I'd be quite surprised if there weren't infrastructure requirements in these areas and what additional things, whether it's just capacity in terms of utilities, whether it's actually moving or closing roads or whatever they might be. They're actually also within there. There's also existing uses. There are premises, there are employment already in those areas and things like that. So these are going to have to relocate. Where are they going to relocate to? There's a multitude of, there might be title issues, there might be leases, there might be freehold, there might be multiple freeholds, multiple leases. There's all sorts of, whether it's pure planning or whether it's legal issues, there are lots of issues within these areas, and therefore that's why they're long term. But yet what we have in here, we have a figure in here against them because they're windfall. But actually, I've seen sites like these in plans before. Councils have those aspirations for regeneration, but actually what they point towards is actually they don't put a figure in the plan against them. They have 0 against them, and if they do come forward, that's welcomed because they are windfall. Let's not call them something which they aren't. Thank you, Mel.
Thank you. Before we turn to Mr Bolton, if I could just ask the Council to respond to those 2 points then. So this is the issue about whether these are actually broad locations for growth or actually are they large windfall?
Yeah, certainly. So on the second point about are they large windfalls, I think we don't disagree. So when I come to the figures, the figures in the trajectory are the figures in the HELA that are informed by large windfall figure. I think our point is it's just we provide an indicative area of where we believe these large windfalls will come forward. We've also made an assessment that they will come forward in the last 10 years of the plan. So meeting Mr Rose's concerns, that we don't disagree with that. That's why we've suggested that they will come forward in the last 10 years of the plan. Just on Miss Harding's point about small windfall, your concern about the 200 a year figure, I'd just like to point out in the HELA paragraph 3.56, this is a figure in the last 2 HELAs that has been agreed by the working group, and members of the working group were those present as the HBF.
Sorry, can you repeat that? You mentioned paragraph 5.5.6 and...
Oh, sorry. So the HELA 2023 paragraph, let my computer come back, 3.56, where we set out the evidence for the 200 small windfalls a year. My computer's frozen, but I'll go with my notes. Thanks, Mike. But just to make clear, in paragraph 3.56 and 3.35 of the HELA, the 200 windfalls on small sites was an agreement with the working group and predominantly based on historic evidence going back about 10 to 13 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to Mr Bolton.
Oh, sorry, could I just make one more?
Yes, certainly. Please proceed.
Just to make clear again, sorry, that the developers who were part of the working group are listed in the HELA, but as I said, it was the HBF and house builders in Sheffield and our colleagues across the table, DLP as well, were involved in that assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Bolton.
Thank you. I think there is confusion here, and as the Council described it, there are 0 dwellings put against the broad locations of growth, so there's no delivery attached to them. I come back to my earlier comment. What's the point? Their argument is, in terms of housing numbers, is that there's they think the genuine credibility of a large windfall of over 4,000, and that will continue to come forward. So that deals, if you like, the number point of it, and we can talk about the suitability of that large windfall number at some other stage. We just put a mark in it for now, put a pin in it for now. If the council were going to go down the identification of broad areas of growth, firstly, paragraph 68 of the framework requires sites to be identified where possible. We would say that the council could have made the choice to choose a strategy whereby they could have actually found sites. Might be not the sites they want or politically find acceptable, but there's certainly the opportunity in a city of this size to actually find sites which they could allocate and could formally go through the whole process of the assessment that they are deliverable and developable, and they could find sites for the whole 15 years of the plan. And that was a choice. They chose not to do that. If they're going down the road of broad locations of growth, paragraph 23 of the framework requires a clear strategy to bring those sites forward. So first you have to identify the sites, and they weren't identified. Then you need a clear strategy. There is not a clear strategy here. So as set out at the present time, this suggestion is unsound because it's not in accordance with that requirement in the framework. Furthermore, when you posed a reasonable question, which is, broad locations of growth, they still need to be shown to be available, suitable, and deliverable, or developable rather than deliverable. Sorry, if they're after 5 years, and when you asked against the infrastructure, the comment was, well, we're assuming it's there, and if it's not, then the policies of the plan will apply, and therefore there will be certain requirements to make payments or to have work undertaken. Again, it reveals that there's no assessment of the ability of these sites to come forward. But what you can do, and I've referred to it already, and my colleagues also referred to this, is the whole plan viability assessment does actually give you assessments of the areas in which these broad locations of growth are located. And that's the CD number V101, and it's PDF page 172, and actually document page 172, and table 10.9. I've referred to this in my other submissions. And this shows that for a number of the broad locations of growth, they fall within areas that have been assessed whereby development would not be viable in accordance with the proposals being put forward, and especially in terms of delivery of the SIL payment and in terms of affordable housing. Many of the areas, many of the broad locations of growth, the ones that I can identify by looking at the SA2, SA3, SA5 and SA6, certainly the broad areas of growth in SA2, SA8 and SA3, those areas, none of the sites are viable according to the council's own viability evidence, with a 4% affordability proposal. Broad locations of growth in the south east, that's SA5 and south and SA6, would be viable. So you have evidence already to answer the question you asked, is there evidence of these sites being developable? One of the questions is, are they viable? Yes, there are a number that are not viable, and therefore the evidence is before you is that they should be excluded. That might be a moot point, seeing that there's no housing allocation or no housing numbers attributed to them.
Thank you. Mr. Keys.
Yeah, thanks, Mum. Again, not wanting to repeat anything, but I'm just struggling slightly to see what advantage there is in terms of the plan having this element of SP1 in it. In the real world, if broad locations didn't exist in the real world, if you went into the local authority with a pre-application proposal in one of these areas, you'd be treated on your merits. You'd be a previously developed site in the urban area, and the scheme you were bringing forward would be looked at in the prevailing planning policy context. So I'm just struggling to know. I don't see what in addition does this bit element of SP1 bring to the plan, I suppose, is the ultimate question. And what does it mean in terms for employment land supply? We've got, obviously, next Tuesday we'll say more on this, and don't really want to get into it today, but in a hypothetical situation, if you had a broad area for growth and the council was literally inundated with applications to turn commercial premises to residential, what would they do? Would they keep accepting those in principle because it's a broad area for growth, or would they come a point where they say, well, actually, this has got to a point now where our employment land supply is under pressure, we can't accept any more? There's a lot of unanswered questions around it. As I say, I'm not sure what the advantages are for SP1 by having it in. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Good.
Thank you. I'll try and keep it brief and not cover what others have said. But just building slightly on what Ms Harding started off with, are they windfalls or are they broad locations for growth? Ms Harding's quite correct. They do. The terms are used interchangeably, and I think the council's accepted that. We've got to bear in mind this is around about 13% of the supply that the council's putting forward, so it's a fair old chunk of the supply, which admittedly most of that falls within years 6 to 10, around about 50% of that broad locations, windfalls, whichever way you want to cut the cake. I think what we don't have is any clarity of which is it. Is it something different to windfalls, isn't it? And if it is something different to windfalls, what is the likely supply from that source? That's where I struggle at. And we must bear in mind that whilst most of it is in years 6 to 10 and 11 to 15, 10% of that supply is actually in years 1 to 5, which is supposed to be deliverable supply. So surely we know about that at this point in time. If that's not known about, how is it within years 1 to 5 of the trajectory? And I'm looking at exam 55. Now that there states large windfalls, but because the council uses the terms interchangeably, I'm not sure what that actually means in this case. I'm also slightly concerned because if we read the description of what a broad location for growth is, the second paragraph talks about the need for further work on assembling sites, relocating existing uses and planning for new infrastructure. But we just heard from the council that they didn't think much new infrastructure is required and that could be dealt with on a planning application basis. If they're looking to assemble sites, surely there's an identification and an idea of where those sites are, which sites within that broad location will come forward. If there isn't, I'm quite surprised if they can get 50% of that supply within year 6. Remember, that's just 5 years from now. That starts at 2030, 2031. Given the time it's taken to pull this plan together, if we're looking to assemble sites and put a framework together for those to come forward, that's going some. And then put an application in, get delivery on those sites, identify infrastructure, deliver that infrastructure. That's where my real concern comes with this. And if they're clear and they are windfalls, then we look at it a different way, and I might have different comments to make at the supply session later in the year.
Thank you very much. I think that probably just takes me on to what the next question I was going to ask the council really is that obviously you have these broad locations for growth, which I assume are real places actually sort of that you've identified that must have a sort of estimated capacity against them, obviously appreciating that it's very much an estimate. And yet you have a figure in the actual trajectory which is based on large windfall. So that was my disconnect as well, in that if you could just explain to me why you took that decision. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. So I'll just take you through the explanation. We set it out that there are 3 sources of evidence. So you are correct, in the trajectory, it is the figure of 4,675 is the large windfall figure. So that is set out in the HELO. But just going back to the 3 sources, so I can take it in the order that I've written it. So the total estimate from this source is based on 3 figures. The first one is the capacity on identified opportunity sites. So just to be clear, we are not double counting here. So identified opportunity sites, as set out in the HELA, are sites that we have identified and are aware of, so they have a capacity set against them. And that was 5,100 in the 2022 HELA, and it's gone up to 5,700. So that is just our evidence to show of sites that we know are identified in the urban area.
So I can just confirm they're not they don't lie within the broad locations for growth?
Some of them will do, and I'll come to maybe an example, a worked example. So the first strand of evidence is what we call identified opportunity sites. So sites that are identified but have not been allocated, because there is not enough evidence at this time to show that they are deliverable, but they are developable. So that has a capacity of 5,100 units. I'll go with that figure, as set out in the 2022 here, though. The second source of evidence we have is the average number of large windfalls. So our evidence from the HELA illustrates that on average, over the last 8 years, that figure is 736 homes. But we have gone for a conservative figure of 468. So it is that figure of 468 times 10 over the last 10 years of the plan period, which is our large windfall. And that is different to our figure for identified opportunity sites. However, in the trajectory, we have just put forward the large windfall figure, which you are right, we are calling broad locations for growth. I will just set out an example, this one here. So in terms of a practical example, we have got the example at Attercliffe Waterside. So this is a flexible use area. It does have a number of proposed site allocations. There's currently a planning application being considered for phase 1 for a substantially larger transformation.
Sorry, can I just go back?
Oh, certainly, yeah.
So Attercliffe Waterside, so is this a broad location for growth you're quoting to me?
Yeah, just to confirm, policy SA4, which is the sub-area policy for East Sheffield, part A of that policy, I won't read all of it out, but the final part of it talks about longer-term housing growth will also take place within flexible use zones at Attercliffe, brackets, broad locations for growth.
That's a specific broad location for growth that the council's identified.
That's right.
Attercliffe Waterside. Thank you.
So I'll, just pick back up. So it's a flexible use area. It does currently have some proposed site allocations. And as I said, in addition to that, there is a planning application for phase 1 of a substantially larger transformational scheme over and above the capacity that was indicated in the site allocation. So the larger scheme that has come forward is the boundary of a site allocation plus an additional area of land that has come forward for a larger number of units. So this is a scheme that's being supported by landowners, the South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority. So I think it's just an example of it's going to deliver transformational change in a sustainably located area in the inner urban neighbourhood. But it's over and above what was being allocated in that flexible use area. So going back to the 3 strands of evidence, the additional sites that are coming forward would in theory be picked up under our category of a large windfall.
Can we go back to the 3 categories?
Yes.
So you've mentioned, obviously, firstly, the opportunity sites. And I think you said 5,700 over the plan period. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Can you just confirm for me what the annual rate of that would be then?
Well, I think the point that we were trying to make was that there are 3 categories of evidence.
Yes, I'm just trying to understand. Obviously, for the second one, you've used the figure of 468, which is your large average number of large windfalls. I just want to understand.
We don't wish to duplicate that with reference to an annual figure coming forward on the identified opportunity sites. That's another strand of information to show that the land is out there. That would be double counting to include that
I don't
as well.
want you to do that either. I'm just literally saying I haven't got a calculator on my desk. Can you just press the buttons for me, please? That's all I'm asking.
Well, over the last 10 years of the plan, that would be 510 a year, wouldn't it? If it's 5,100 in total.
570.
Oh, sorry, 570 if you use the higher figure in the most recent version of the HELA.
So the first source was 570 per year. The second source was 468 for the large windfalls. And then your third strand, I'm assuming, is your capacity from your broad locations for growth?
The third strand is the narrative around the fact that there are broad locations for growth. The point is that we've taken the conservative of those figures.
So the third strand then is not a strand, it's just an assessment of the first two figures then? Is that correct? Because obviously you haven't got, well, there's nothing in front of me to show what the capacity is on the broad locations for growth, which I would have assumed would have been your third strand to then inform the final figure that you've used.
I think just for clarity in terms of the purpose of identifying broad locations for growth, that's just to give some strategic direction for where that development might end up. So in terms of the City Council and partners and developers, if over the plan period we were looking at facilitating particular areas to transition and change, the identification of broad locations for growth in the plan will give strategic direction to where they may be. But I think we've touched on already that obviously large windfalls, they may come forward in different parts of the city that are outside of those broad locations for growth. But the identification of broad locations for the growth for the purposes of the plan is just to offer strategic direction to where they may be in the future.
Just another question under this issue then. You've mentioned under that first strand of evidence then is opportunity areas. Can you just outline for me the difference between an opportunity area and a broad location for growth?
Yeah, certainly. So we set it out in the HELA. So I can point you to the paragraph. So it's paragraph 5.10. So that just sets out, so these are identified sites, so I'll just read it out. So suitable for housing. So the HELA includes a number of sites that have been assessed as potentially being suitable for housing, which have not been proposed for allocation in the draft plan. And that's largely due to that they are, at the first 5 years, not envisaged to be deliverable.
So sorry, can you go back? Was that the opportunity areas you're talking about?
So not areas, yeah, identified opportunity sites. So they are actually identified sites, identified through the HELA.
I think in answer to the second part of the question, there will be overlap at times between those identified sites and the broad locations for growth, and at times there won't, just to answer the second part of the question. So it is dependent on where those sites are relative to the broad locations for growth that have been identified. And again, that comes to strategic priorities in terms of where we'd like to see and encourage transition.
So effectively, are you saying, I'm not sure I totally understand the difference, to be quite honest, between opportunity sites and broad locations for growth, but are you saying that the broad locations for growth are sort of broad clusters of these opportunity areas where you've identified a very broad area on a map? So it includes, and obviously there's a relation to the flexible use zone as well, which again is floating in the back of my head thinking, how does that all fit in?
I think the easiest way to untie this knot is to refer back actually just to what Michael Johnson said quite clearly there. The identified opportunity sites are pieces of land that we can see with boundaries around them. They're what you'd think of as being sites. The broad locations for growth, I refer back to the previous discussion that we've had, that they are indicative types of areas which we've used the flexible use areas that's shown on the policies map as being typical of what they might be. We've already, we've already noted that we will come back to you with a clearer indication of which ones of those that we mean.
Okay, I'll just check my list of questions just to see that I've covered everything, because I've been going round in my head on this one. So just bear with me for a minute. Okay, thank you. I think I've probably asked all the questions I was going to. And I think in terms of the issue of housing supply, we'll obviously be coming back to this issue in a lot more detail, I think, where we will be talking about the small site allowance and the large site allowance and what that means for delivery. So I think it is an issue that we will return to. Does anyone else around the table wish to make any other comments in terms of this difference between windfall and broad locations for growth and et cetera, et cetera? Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Ma'am. I've listened to the conversation. I don't think I really moved far beyond where we were before. I just think it's just rather confusing. I think there's too many things overlapping and around whether they're flexible use zones, opportunity sites which aren't deliverable, or whether they're broad locations for growth. And therefore, in terms of obviously the NPPF, in terms of broad locations for growth, we need further evidence in terms of that achievability, sort of suitability and things like that. So we need some further evidence around whether they actually are broad locations for growth, or actually are they just windfall. And I think we just come back to the preceding paragraphs within the plan around the topic of housing and around 5.5, 5.6, which talks about SP1 introducing the concept of broad locations for growth, which are further highlighted within sub-areas. But then it's, as I sort of touched on a little bit earlier, around our submissions, and obviously we'll, as you say, we'll come back to in housing supply, but it says public intervention will be needed to enable much of the former employment land to transition to sustainable desirable residential areas. Within these areas, major improvements to neighbourhood facilities and services, highway infrastructure and flood defences will help raise land values, and this is expected to improve the economic viability of development sites over time. Many of the potential development sites have multiple owners, and the council intends to work with landowners, tenants and other stakeholders to promote high-quality new residential development. Financial support from the government could enable sites to come forward sooner. So I think that's the tenet, that's the sort of introduction to broad locations for growth. Don't disagree with the aspiration, but it's around that deliverability element, which is again why the council put them in years 6 to 15. We're not too far away from that. But it's around that flexibility within the plan, what they actually are. Are they flexible use zones? How have they been counted? They are just windfall. That's what they are. Let's just be truthful about it. They are just windfall. Let's not wrap it up in something which it isn't, because otherwise there needs to be that further strand of evidence, ma'am, which I know you've requested, and I think that needs to be put out to consultation so that we are aware what these actually are and we have the opportunity to comment with the full information rather than us looking at that, looking at the healer and trying to make assumptions based around what those sites are. The council have accepted that by and large they are sites which may be largely in the healer, but they're not deliverable and they don't want to allocate them. But then why are they broad locations for growth? Equally, one of my other comments around that is obviously those sites have been put, there are available suitable and achievable sites that have been put to the council that can actually meet the need and requirement. So the consideration around that and the balance around that, rather than trying to, again, as I mentioned earlier, trying to dress up how they actually are going to achieve even this lowered number that is in the plan. The impact around employment has been picked up by my colleague around the table. We've picked that up as well within our submissions around what is the impact on that as the sites transition from employment through to housing. Where are the employers? Where are they actually going to relocate to? Where are they going to be around the city? Equally, if you have broad locations for growth,
and they would come onto Greenbelt, but equally there are other aspects to give that flexibility in the plan around safeguarded land, for instance, and the consideration of that. But also, if you have broad locations for growth, to give that flexibility in terms of housing. My pet subject as well around the ignoring of employment within the plan. There's nothing equivalent for employment, and clearly within the plan, there's already an acknowledgement they're not achieving the employment land requirement as set out within the evidence or the need, whichever phrase you want to use, Mum, but they're not achieving or delivering that, so there's nothing equivalent for employment either. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Bolton.
Yes, doesn't it make you hanker after simpler times when you had a plan that set a housing requirement and you had allocations to meet that housing requirement that you could test? One of the things that has come from this debate is how little of the overall housing requirement is actually identified as allocations that can be formally tested through this examination process. And I think that's a very important point which has been made by my colleagues, and I would ask you to reflect on that. And again, that is a choice or a consequence of the strategy that's being followed. So the uncertainty of future delivery is a consequence of the chosen strategy. If opportunity sites and broad areas of growth and past trajectory on windfall are three element sources of evidence to support the windfall calculation, which is, I think, what's being said, then really the plan doesn't need to mention broad areas of growth or opportunity sites. Because if that's just evidence to provide to you to try and convince you that a large-scale windfall is a reasonable assumption to make, that's where they should be placed. The confusion is, I think, is trying to put them in so they appear to be a potential policy source or pointing to potential sites or sources of further housing provision. And again, you might wish to reflect on that. We do have issues about the overall level of large windfall and the suitability of it, and etc., but we'll come back to that. But it is highly confusing, and I'm pretty sure if I'm sitting in front of a different inspector in a couple of years' time when we're trying to argue housing land supply, how you determine the relevance of broad areas of growth and their contribution to supply will be rehearsed. So, I mean, from what we've heard, the simplest thing is just to take them out at the present time, if all they are is part of the evidence base.
Thank you very much. Mr Good.
Thank you. I think confusion does still reign to a certain extent, and we've discussed it for at least the last 30 minutes, and I think we've moved a little bit forward, but maybe not completely to where we need to be. My understanding, and I'll put it on the table, whether it's right or wrong, take of it what you will, is that broad locations are where the council would support windfall development. So it's essentially windfall development. They're just saying this is where they'd rather it was, rather than anything else. And I think that, to me, appears to be the crux of it. I could be wrong, and if I am wrong, I might go home, to be honest.
Don't worry, it's nearly lunchtime.
One of the key concerns I have with that, though, and it goes back to what Mr Bolton just said, if we look at the NPPF and we look at paragraph 16, part D, it talks about plans requiring policies that are clearly written and unambiguous. And I think that is the key point here. This includes a certain amount of ambiguity to it. How a decision maker will react to this in a few years' time, I dread to think, to be honest, as it clearly started at the moment. We've looked through this, as I say, for at least the last 30 minutes, and we've all, I think, well, I could be completely wrong, as I've just said, but I think we're getting to a general position, but I'm sure that will be debated ad nauseum through
inspectors, through appeals, through applications, and I don't think that's what we're here to do. I think what we're here to do, I'm not trying to tell you what you're supposed to do, Ma'am, I'm just thinking what I'm supposed to do, is to find a clear way forward so that the plan and its policies are sound and clear. I think I'll probably leave it there. Whether those windfalls and whether the road locations go should make it into the supply, I think I'll leave for another day. But for me, I think it's the clarity of the policy, and it may be that those just need to be taken out, or it may be that they need to be referred to as a location where they would support windfall development, and then we can debate whether the windfall requirement is relevant as well.
Thank you for that. Mr. Edgerly.
Thank you. Likewise, there's I think share the confusion around the numbers, but I think I've also got some confusion potentially around the timings of it. We heard that the sub-board locations for growth anticipated to be in that sort of the last 10 years of the plan period, sort of post 2029, but then that sort of took me back to a couple of days ago in Matter 1, where yourselves and your colleagues asked around the minimum time period of 15 years from adoption. And it's sort of just a point. Obviously, the council have asked for the inspectors to take a pragmatic approach to that, running through to a time period up to 2039. But I think when we're sort of sat here today talking around the plan period, it feels like there's an awful lot of time. But actually, once we've we've gone through the examination, and then whatever else comes in terms of sort of deliberations, and if the council is still requiring a pragmatic approach to, because they're not going to be able to achieve that minimum of 15 years at adoption, all of a sudden the time periods where the council are suggesting that this is going to come forward, and I think that they're going to use the time, I understand, over the next couple of years to help with land assembly, to help with funding and achieve some of their objectives. It's just really narrowing the window to do that. So I think I sort of share the confusion around the numbers and the maths, and the areas of supply, but I think there's also a need for some sort of clarity in terms of the plan period that we're looking at, and when these sites may or may not come forward and are implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms Harding, sorry, I missed you off there.
You're all right. I'm just going to build on what everybody else has said, particularly what Mr Good has said. I do think there's a lack of clarity and a lot of ambiguity here. But from what I've heard so far, I'm sensing that what the council have suggested are broad locations for growth are not broad locations for growth as identified in the MPPF or the PPG. What they actually want is a zone or a designation where they can support development, where they can focus their funding, where they can ask Homes England to support development, etc., etc. They're not actually talking about broad locations as identified in the MPPF and the PPG. And basically what I'd suggest is that whilst I don't really want to add another title into the flexible use zones and the identified opportunity areas, I'd suggest they just need a new title for broad locations for growth. Call it something else. As I say, it's not related to the broad locations in the PPG and the MPPF. It's not got a housing number figure associated with it. Call it something else. Save us all the hassle.
Thank you. Would the council now like to come in and respond to some of those points, please?
I'm going to have a last attempt at trying to clarify, and I hope I'm not going to confuse matters even more. But just in terms of exam 55, that is, I think, an update that you asked for in respect of housing supply, and there are essentially three components within that in respect of supply. There are sites with planning permission, there are allocations, and there are windfalls. There's a small sites allowance, and then there's a large site windfall allowance. And the large site windfall allowance is 4675 in that table. The windfalls include as the council's indicated, various things, but they include sites where the council has identified an opportunity, so but which do not have planning permission and are not a proposed allocation. And they also include and take account evidence in respect of other opportunities to inform what that figure is. And that evidence includes what the council thinks is going to happen in respect of parts of its plan area, including in the broad locations for growth, which are the focus for activity and regeneration and so on. And so if you look at the page 93 of the plan, which has got the box in respect of broad locations for growth, they are defined there as areas of the city where more housing is likely to be delivered on brownfield sites in the longer term are referenced as broad locations for growth. Just the first sentence. And then if you look at the third paragraph, the council's analysis suggests that together developable sites in the broad location for growth, so that would be part of the 4675 figure, the windfalls, and windfalls on larger sites in other areas could provide around 4675 homes. Does that help? Hopefully.
I'm not sure it does,
Oh, right,
but
okay.
obviously I think that was what was said before.
Yes.
But yeah.
Okay. And I think Mr. Vincent just wanted to add something.
Yeah, I mean, it was just to make the point that, to some extent, I agree with Ms Harding that it's, they are going to be a focus for regeneration. I mean, the Attercliffe waterside site and location is a really good example of that, and that's where the council is actively undertaking regeneration activity to assemble sites, work with landowners, attract investment, grant funding. So I think that there is a purpose to these, whether we call them broad locations for growth or not. I mean, I think that's what they are. That's where the growth will happen in the longer term. So I think there is a purpose to them. And that was really just the point I wanted to make.
Thank you both. Ms Roden, you wish to come back in? Is it quick? Put it down. Sorry, Mr Bolton.
I am confused again. I thought the windfall allowance of 4625 was simply calculated on the basis of past trends taken forward, extrapolated forward. It's a one figure, and the other elements, potential for opportunity areas and broad areas of growth to feed into that figure was just, well, these are areas with this capacity, which is why we think that average might be right. What the explanation you've just been given was, no, these have been added in as additional elements to that overall number. I didn't think that was the case. Someone just explain it.
Can you just confirm, please?
I don't want to untangle all of what's just been said, but I think it's fair to say that the annualised rate there of 468 per year isn't a direct reflection of past windfall trends. As I think we both noted earlier, the past windfall trends on large sites is 700 and something per year, so it's not a direct reflection of that, or else it would be a bigger number. It's a conservative figure that is based on the strands of analysis that I'm not going to go back into, understanding how many windfalls we do typically get on large sites and understanding the capacity we know that is out there on identified opportunity sites, and it's a figure formed from those pieces of work, but it's not a direct correlation to the trend-based figure of large windfall sites, otherwise it would be a bigger number.
Yes, I mean, that's what I heard earlier, obviously, that you've used various forms of evidence to inform a estimated figure, I think is probably what you've just said. Okay, does anyone have any final comments before I sort of summarise my position? Mr Rose.
I just have a quick question, Mum, just around, because obviously we've been talking about a lot of overlap between all of these extra zones and then broad locations for growth and such like. So, and then these opportunity sites. So because of this whole tiering effect and obviously the lack of clarity,
can sites come forward which aren't in flexible use zones but are in broad locations for growth? I'm just trying to see what the added value of this notation is, or is it simply just, you know, with flexible use zones, just leave it as that?
I think
Would
we're
be
going
sufficient.
back in circles. Of course, people, organisations can bring forward planning applications for windfall sites anywhere. They don't have to be in the broad locations for growth. That's not... sorry, been diverted. That's not to say that they won't happen anywhere else. I think that going back to the sort of boxed text on page 93 of the plan, as Miss Reid just read out, developable sites in broad locations for growth and windfalls on larger sites in other areas. So it's not exclusive.
At the end of the first paragraph where it says, but there are flexible use zones in most of the sub-areas where this is happening. So is there an overlap then?
I'm not sure I can't understand that question.
See what the added value is, because in most circumstances we obviously all accept that urban sites can come forward as windfall. The majority of the areas will be flexible use zones already, so in terms of inward investment opportunities you can say they're identified as investment zones. So therefore, are there sites that sit outside of the flexible use zones that need this extra, so you could just broaden the flexible use zones?
I think this goes back to our original conversation about terminology, doesn't it? We have used the terminology broad locations of growth, to indicate the types of areas where we expect growth to happen. And when identifying where those locations are, we're doing that with reference to mapped flexible use areas, which are on the policies map.
Mr. Rose, is this an example of the council having a strategy?
Is it? Is it just
that was just my thought. Okay, I think we'll probably leave it at that because we have probably covered this already. But obviously, I've noted that point. Mr. Key.
No, I think my health's expired, ma'am. No, it's fine. I mean, I was just going to go back to where I was before in terms of what is the advantage of having it in the policy. Because what does it mean? Mr. Johnson said earlier about it's a way of showing strategically the parts of the city that might benefit from regeneration in the long run, and I can see that. But in the real, what I was saying before about the real world, what does it mean when you go in with a proposal? What does it mean in terms of other policies of the plan? So if you go in and say, so in a hypothetical example, if you go in with a residential proposal on an employment site, and the council grants permission for that, fine. You could do that. You could do that on a windfall basis anywhere in the city. But then, but following on from that, what happens so take this hypothetical example and say in this area there are loads of residential applications that are coming forward to the point where the council is saying this is now going to have a detriment to the employment land supply. So the crucial question then is, does a broad location designation trump that? If you were outside of the broad location designation, would the position be, oh, we're getting short of employment land, the answer to your residential scheme is no. But if you're in the broad location, does it trump it? This is what I was trying to get to earlier about I suppose the development management side of life and how is this going to play out in the real world? Thank you.
No, it's a good point you raise, and I think it's probably worth me just turning to the council now just to talk about how this would actually operate in the development management world, a slightly different world.
I'm just going to start quite briefly. I think this is probably, for the first time today, hopefully, why it's useful that we've given flexible use areas as a proxy for those broad locations for growth. I think the point made is valid around employment land. Clearly, we don't want to lose all our employment lands. That's really important. The employment areas remain protected in the plan. When you're looking at the policies map, there are obviously a range of policy zones, including a number that are reflective, particularly of employment, for example, office areas, industrial areas, etc. Those are different to the flexible use areas. So actually, we're not by any means saying that if somebody comes in with a windfall planning application in an employment area for a housing use, that's a necessary transition that's going to happen. That would remain protected by the development management policies applicable to those employment zones. So I think that possibly reiterates the point why flexible use areas, where there is a flexible approach to development that's set out in the development management policy for that type of area, is indicative of where we are most likely to see areas that the transition, as we've just talked about at length.
Does that help, Mr. Key?
Well, I think so, but I think we've probably gone as far as we can, haven't we? For now, I can see you're at the end of the road, Mum.
Thank you. Does the council wish to say anything finally then before I summarise my position?
Just one point. Sorry, just one further point that's been noted to me, that policy H1, I think, just perhaps tidies up more clearly than I just did. Part D of policy H1 talks about delivery of new housing through windfalls that may occur in residential zones, flexible use zones, central area, flexible use zones, university and college zones, hospital zones, district and local centres, city centre office zones, and city centre primary shopping area, in accordance with the relevant policies in Part 2. So I suppose the key thing to note there is, obviously there are other policies that are reflected. For example, the city centre office zones has a preference for offices, certainly at the ground floor and up to a certain percentage. But what that doesn't include is delivery of new housing on windfall sites in employment areas. That I just tried to list, but not all of them.
Okay, thank you very much. Obviously, I've heard quite a lot of comments around the table and asked my questions as well. I think where I'm at the moment is that obviously you have the broad locations in the plan, they're embedded within the policies themselves. So my role is to examine the soundness of the plan before me. So that's effectively my role. So I need to assess whether those proposed locations for growth and those policy references are justified and soundly based. And as I said before, at the moment, I don't have enough evidence in front of me to work out that simple question. So hence my reasoning, my reasons for asking for that additional information was simply, I think I need that to allow me to move forward to make a determination on whether the approach is justified. Obviously, I appreciate there is a discussion about whether they're windfall or not, but for me, you've got this in the plan. It's referred to, and that's my role, is to take a judgment on what's in the plan. Once I've then got that evidence, I'll be able to obviously determine if I think the approach is justified, having regard to the way that broad locations are talked about in the MPPF and the PPG. If they are justified, then there is a secondary sort of question, I think, that does sit behind all that, is that whether there is sufficient information in the plan itself to allow a decision maker to come to a view. So, for example, is there a need to have individual policies or a bit more policy information within the plan on those broad locations for growth if I consider they're justified? So they're the two sort of strands of my decision making. I just thought it'd be really clear about that. But it does depend, obviously, on getting the evidence in the first place. Does the council wish to say anything on that, or anyone else around the table, what I've just said?
Perhaps if I can just say, Mel, I think it will be helpful for us to map and name the areas. I think that will, as a first step, that will give you clarity on exactly where these areas are. I think that is a helpful suggestion. I think we're clear on what we need to do on that. Thank you.
Okay, any final comments on anything before we close the session? No? Okay. Well, thank you very much for all your contributions. We've had a very useful, quite long discussion this morning. Thank you very much. The hearing session this morning is now closed. If I just turn to the council, is 45 minutes again for lunch suitable, or do you need longer? Yes, that's absolutely fine. Well, should we say 2? Yeah, so a bit longer? Yeah. Okay, resume at 2. Thank you.
hold this examination. So can everybody hear me?
Yes, that's better. It wasn't working.
Great. So the session's being live streamed as well and can be viewed on the Council's YouTube channel. So welcome to anybody that's watching on the live stream. If anyone else is intending to film or record the session and share any images online or with others, please be aware that you're responsible for complying with relevant data protection legislation. So if we can just remind everybody to turn off their mobile phones or put them onto silent, please. So at this afternoon's session, we'll first cover policies on blue and green infrastructure and then move on to the design policy. So I'm going to lead that session, and then Katie's going to hold a closing session with the Council to go over the action points from the sessions this week. So the sessions will take the form of a structured agenda based on a structured discussion based on the agenda. Can I just make sure everyone's got a copy of the agenda? Yeah. So it's an opportunity for us to find out more about particular matters and also for others to comment and express your views. So generally my questions will be aimed at the Council, but there's other opportunities for you to come in. And if you want to speak, if you just put your nameplate on its side like that. And if you can use the microphone by pressing the big button at the bottom for the live stream, and then switch it off again afterwards. Okay, it's just that because otherwise people can't hear very well on the live stream or at the back. Thank you. So during the session, we'll be discussing potential changes to the plan that could help to ensure it's soundly based. So we've asked the Council to keep a running list of these potential main modifications and any action points. So today we'll hope to finish by 3:30. We see how we're going as to whether or not we need a mid-afternoon break. If you're just here for the session on blue and green infrastructure, feel free to to leave after that. So before we start on the agenda for this afternoon, if we could just go around the table and do some introductions, starting with the Council, please.
Yes, so Simon Vincent, Strategic Planning Service Manager at the Council.
Sarah Reid, King's Counsel. I'm the barrister representing the Council.
Laura Stevens, Local Plan Team Lead for the Council.
Mike Johnson, Head of Plan at the Council.
Liz Ballard, Chief Executive, Sheffield and Rotherham Wildlife Trust.
Sorry, can you repeat your surname? It was Liz.
Yeah, B-A-L-L-A-R-D.
Thank you. So moving on then to the policy on blue and green infrastructure policy. So this is policy BG1 and related part of policy SP1, which is SP1L, which together set out the strategic approach for protection and enhancement of blue and green infrastructure. And then there's additional detail provided in various development management policies on a number of topics relating to urban green space, bio and geodiversity and water resources. So before we talk about the policies and map 17, can I just check the progress on the local nature recovery strategy? Is that scheduled for next spring, is it?
In terms of progress, the responsible body, the South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority, have set up, I think 4 working groups and a steering group to sort of progress that project. The timelines, broad timelines, were to look for getting out for consultation. I think if memory serves, at the other side of the summer holidays, obviously with the general election and with PERP coming in, the engagement side of that, particularly with elected members, has been hit. And therefore, the SIMCA and partners at the moment are just considering the implications of that in relation to an updated timeline and when that public consultation is likely to take place. So we don't expect any significant impact on the timelines, but certainly we expect them potentially to be put back by a couple of months. So that will take us, I think, broadly sort of spring, summer 25, when we might be in a position to have an LNRS in place.
Okay, thank you. And does that need to be adopted by all the constituent local authorities? Is that how it works?
That's a good question. I think the 4 authorities that play into this, I forget the exact title, Liz might be able to help me out there, but they are consultant bodies, so they've got a responsibility there and they've got statutory rights pre-public consultation and pre-adoption to object to the content of the document itself. The adoption of the document is the responsibility of the South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority, with the statutory powers in place for the consultant bodies, or a different turn of phrase, to be able to object to at different stages of that process. Stage 1 being pre-consultation, stage 2 being pre-adoption.
Okay, thank you. So, but the date for anticipated date for adoption. Sorry, that was summer next summer. Did you say?
The target date, I think there's a statutory deadline in play, which I'd need to double check, but I think it might be the end of March 25, to have LNRSs in place across the country. It's likely that might need to be pushed back by a couple of months as a consequence of losing this period at the moment through the general election to engage with elected members. I say likely, just for the context, obviously, of people listening in, that is not set at the moment, and certainly the ambition of the partners and the combined authority would be to meet that statutory deadline. And we are just working through what a revised timeline might look like, but there is a possibility that it would go beyond that statutory deadline for the reasons discussed.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. So moving on to map 17 and what it shows. So there's been some comments in consultation about whether or not it shows a green network, and there's a proposal to remove reference to green network from the policy and to the map. I think I understand the reasons for that, but can you just give a bit more explanation, please?
Yes, I mean, I think the map essentially, as shown, is a representation of the policies map, providing an overview really of the areas which are shown as green belt, the areas which are shown as open space zones, the main waterways, the ecological and geological triple SIs. I think we've suggested through a modification that we add on historic parks, gardens and cemeteries, which we think would be a beneficial thing to do. That was one of the points that was made to us. So it is largely repeating what's on the policies map, but I think it's helpful in the context of the policy and for the reader to understand the overview. Would have liked to have been in a position where we had the local nature recovery network mapping available to us, which we could have used then, presented that in some form on the policies map itself. I think we have to see how that network is actually mapped as part of the local nature recovery strategy, see how we would actually translate that onto a policies map. But I think in principle that's what we'd want to do. I think one of the things that a number of people who made representations said to us was that it doesn't show where the network is going to be extended, and I think that's if you were representing a green network on the map, you would also want to show the connectivity and the potential for enhancing connectivity. So we haven't been able to do that because the evidence isn't there for us to really do that at this stage, but that's something we would like to do and potentially could do through a future SPD and incorporate into a future review of the local plan. But as I say, we need to see what that mapping looks like and how easy it would be to translate that onto a policies map. But in principle, that's the sort of approach we'd like to adopt. So at that point, I think we would be talking about the local nature recovery network, which would identify opportunities for enhancement, for improved connectivity between habitats, and that's something we would like to do in the future, but we just don't think the evidence is there at the moment to enable us to do that. Yeah.
So for that reason, it's showing the existing features, but it's not a network in the sense of you might understand a green network to be, and so.
Hi. Yeah, so we felt that map 17 was really a kind of audit of what currently exists and doesn't necessarily demonstrate an ambition that's set out in the vision and the goals of the local plan overall, especially around the green city. I believe some proposed changes have been put forward, which are definitely positive and really great that you've done that. Thank you. But the other point I'd just like to make was, if I'm okay to just make a couple of points. So first of all, I think there's a distinction between green infrastructure and nature recovery networks, and I'm not sure the map makes clear that distinction. So because the policy is titled Blue and Green Infrastructure, and I think there's a suggestion which I think is positive, to talk about blue and green infrastructure and local nature recovery network. I think you've changed the title, so that's good. But blue and green infrastructure, there's a lot of overlap between nature recovery networks and blue and green infrastructure, particularly in an urban setting, but they have two really quite different objectives to some extent, in that infrastructure is very supportive of connectivity for active travel and supporting people's connection to nature, and the opportunity to get to use green corridors to travel around the city and support health improvements for local communities' well-being. So and Natural England's Green Infrastructure Toolkit's been referenced in the proposed changes, which is, again, really positive, really supportive. And if you drew a green infrastructure map, I think that you might draw something that was different to a nature recovery network map, which is predominantly about improving and enhancing biodiversity, yielding biodiversity net gain, protecting existing critical habitats, but also providing additional space for biodiversity. So my suggestion is that there's the two maps have been conflated, and I think that makes it a little confusing in the sense, and then in addition to that, the map is just existing assets, green assets, rather than a suggestion of where spaces might be important for protection from development and degradation, I suppose. So for map 17, I'm not sure it's sort of supporting the policy it's proposing that well at present. And with reference to the local nature recovery strategy, I completely understand the timeline. It's challenging and not ideal, but there is a significant evidence base called the South Yorkshire Natural Capital Assessment, which has within it a nature recovery network proposed map, which includes opportunity sites and sites for protection and sites for enhancement. And whilst I can understand that that has not been fully adopted by the council, there's no reference made to that, and that could be a start point for a nature recovery network map. It's quite detailed and it's based on some very kind of well evidenced modelling that's been used in other parts of the country, and there's a whole series of maps, other maps that support that modelling around green infrastructure as well. So it just feels like that evidence base hasn't been drawn on. I don't know whether that it's just because the council's decided it's, you know, what the reason is for that, but the council was a partner in that project and has access to all of that evidence. So it would just be useful to know what the status of that evidence is.
Okay, thank you very much for making those points and the clarification. So, in terms of the map 17, then, as you explained, it's just reflecting things that are on the policies map already. Yeah, and you're proposing to change the title so that it doesn't refer to green network.
Yes,
any longer.
I think. I mean, I don't really disagree with most of what Liz is saying. Really, I think it's the way I would look at this is that the local nature recovery network is almost like a subset sitting within the blue and green infrastructure, because it's, as Liz was saying, that blue and green infrastructure can include spaces which are perhaps valuable more for recreation rather than biodiversity, and so we would expect that the local nature recovery the local nature recovery network would sit within the blue and green infrastructure map that's shown there on map 17, so it would sit within that. So I think for accuracy, I think the proposed change we've suggested, that it refers to existing blue and green infrastructure, is an accurate representation of where we are now. We'd certainly like to be able to put more detail onto that and show the local nature recovery network within that. I think in terms of the natural capital mapping, I think again it was largely a timing issue in terms of when that mapping became available and when we were actually producing the plan. So I don't think that mapping, I'd have to look back at the timeline, but I'm pretty sure that mapping wasn't available at the time when we were putting the plan together. We were aware of it, that it was happening, but I don't think it was in the public domain at that point. I think, as Liz has said, it's not sort of adopted by the council or the other South Yorkshire authorities yet, but you know, that will form an important part of the evidence base for the local nature recovery network in due course.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask a point of clarity? Well, firstly, in terms of map 17, and a number of people I think have mentioned the kind of legibility and clarity of it, and how useful it is at that kind of scale. Is it possible to make it any more of a larger scale so that it's a bit more intelligible?
It's just the sort of the practicalities of it. I mean, I suppose what I would say is everything that is shown on there is on the policies map as well. So it is there. So in one sense, I think your question was, is it needed? Well, in one sense, no, in that it's on the policies map. But I think it's helpful to the reader to see the overview, and so it's not intended to absolutely define where all the blue and green infrastructure is. It is an overview, and actually at this scale, it is hard to see exactly where everything is. But whether we could include a footnote or something which referred people to the policies map to see it in greater detail, that would perhaps be another option.
Yes, that might be helpful.
Just to clarify, would you want us to reflect that as a proposed modification? that additional
that was just a minor change. That I think. Can I ask a query about the map? It shows Greenbelt. Just wondered why you'd included Greenbelt on there, because it's not listed. Well, paragraph 520 lists blue and green infrastructure assets, which doesn't include agriculture, which presumably lots of areas of Greenbelt are. I just wasn't entirely sure why you'd included Greenbelt on that. Is Greenbelt part of the blue and green infrastructure assets? Or is most of the countryside in the borough also Greenbelt, and is countryside, is that why?
It is essentially. I mean, virtually all the countryside is included in the Greenbelt. There are very few areas of sort of agricultural fields which are not in the Greenbelt. I think the Greenbelt includes a huge number of public footpaths and rights of way. I think we talked yesterday about the beneficial uses of Greenbelt, and a lot of Sheffield's Greenbelt is a great recreational resource, particularly the river valleys running out on the western side of the city, and to some extent on the eastern side as well. And I think a lot of that agricultural land also has a biodiversity value as well to it. It's not, it's most of the agricultural land in Sheffield is lower grade agricultural land, which tends to have a higher biodiversity value. So I think in that sense, if you're wanting to capture particularly the biodiversity side of things, they may not be they're not all designated wildlife sites or SSIs or anything, but that they do have a significant wildlife value. I'm sure Liz would comment and agree with that. So yes, there will be areas of Greenbelt that are of sort of lesser value from a biodiversity point of view, but that's equally true of green space zones within the urban area as well.
Did you want to say anything on that? Yeah.
Of course, I would agree with you on the Greenbelt. I think the other point I'd like to make with reference to, I do just want to come back to this point about the different, I believe the difference between green infrastructure and nature recovery networks, because I think they are being conflated still. Green infrastructure, if you look at Natural England, it's I'm sure you know all this, but it's particularly in a kind of town and urban setting about those kind of green corridors, and it does include spaces that are green but not necessarily fantastic for biodiversity, just by the very nature of being in an urban context. But they may well overlap with the best connectivity for biodiversity within a city area. So where we've got the rivers and the green corridors, they will be fantastic for green infrastructure and brilliant for nature connectivity, the best that we've got in the city. But as we start to move out of the city, they start to diverge because the green infrastructure starts to effectively become footpaths and cycle routes, and those, the formal parks become less sort of specific to that green infrastructure network, and the countryside in the broadest sense and the green belt kind of takes over. So within that, the nature recovery network is quite different to a green infrastructure network, is my suggestion. So I feel that they diverge, and if you were drawing a green infrastructure map for the whole of the metropolitan borough as opposed to a nature recovery network, there'd be overlap, but there would be divergence, particularly as you move out of the city. And where this starts to become important, I would suggest, is on the west of the city, in particular where you are bleeding into the Peak District National Park, because the Peak District National Park has that landscape and biodiversity designation. And the green belt acts as a really important, effectively a buffer and a gradation from the city to the national park, which is I think, Simon was making some of those points, so it's important from biodiversity value. So again, that was just to sort of go over that point about green infrastructure. Sorry if I'm labouring that, but I just think it is quite an important point. I was going to say something else and I've completely forgotten what it is. In relation to something that you just said, but sorry, I can't. Sorry.
If it comes to you,
It'll come back to me in a minute, I think.
Yeah, that's fine. Tell me later. Okay, so moving on then from map 17 to policy BG1. There's a number of changes that you're proposing, which we'll just go through in a minute. But I just wanted to just look firstly at the final paragraph, because it's something I found a little bit confusing. It refers to valuable green spaces, which are identified as being urban green space zones, green belt, and then you're proposing to add designated ecological or geological sites. Yeah, I think perhaps the difficulty I have slightly with it is the use of the term inappropriate built development in terms of in relation to urban green space zones, because that's I think when you're looking at inappropriate development, that's a particular phrase that's used in relation to greenbelt, isn't it? But it's also in the way it's written in this paragraph relating to urban green space zones, and I think there's potential for some confusion there. So, any comments on that?
Yeah, I thought that's what you might be getting at with that question. Yeah, I mean, we obviously recognise that the term inappropriate development has particular connotations in relation to greenbelt, and we wouldn't want to sort of repeat national policy in here. But I think we've included a cross-reference to the greenbelt policy GS1 and policy GS2. I mean, I think we'd be open to suggesting a slight change to the wording there, which perhaps clarifies that development that would be unacceptable under policy GS2, and so inappropriate development under the MPPF and policy GS1, and then unacceptable development as described under GS2. That perhaps might be another way of clarifying that.
Just in GS2, it's got the definition of inappropriate, so you could just add it in the definitions, couldn't you? So in GS2, it's got definition inappropriate. You could have a similar definition under there, so it's clear it related back to this policy.
Yeah, Ms. Reid's just pointing out to me that under policy GS2, inappropriate development is defined there, and which is the definition taken from the MPPF.
Page 88 in the sorry, it's page 88 in part 2. And if you just just pop the microphone on. And I think Mr. Vincent, you said at the outset that in certain circumstances there was a general definition in the glossary, and in others it was where it was specific to the policy. It was with the policy. So I've just checked there is not a definition in the glossary as well. It's just in respect of that policy. So you could put a definition under the relevant policy again, couldn't you, for clarity?
Yeah, it could either go, and I think if we, as I said, to follow the convention that we've used elsewhere with definitions, that if it's referred to more than once, we normally put it in the glossary. So it might be best to refer to the definition in the glossary for inappropriate development. If we're going to add it to another policy. Yeah, I'm just advised that it might be helpful to include it in this case with the policy, and if there's a slight nuance in terms of the way that the terminology is used, then we could clarify that in the definitions to policy BG1.
Does this policy need to refer to inappropriate development at all? Could it just refer back to the policy GS2? I think the other issue I have with it as well is, as it's written, valuable green spaces will be protected from inappropriate built development and are shown on the policies map as either urban green space zones or greenbelt where they perform the purposes of greenbelt. I'm not entirely sure what's meant there by where they perform the purposes of greenbelt. Does that mean, is it talking about just urban green space zones that are in the greenbelt? Or I just think I find this paragraph a little bit difficult to understand, and I think partly it's obviously mentioning inappropriate built development is potential to cause confusion, but then this second element as well, which spaces is it actually referring to?
I think, so just to jump in quickly there, I didn't author the policy, but I have been in conversation with people about the policy and this particular bit of text. And I think it's obviously not clear, but the way of reading it is that we're referring to the urban green space zones or greenbelt where they perform the purposes of greenbelt. The point there is to make a distinction that there are green space zones that could be in the greenbelt where they perform the purpose of greenbelt. That's not as clear as it could be.
Can I suggest perhaps we suggest some wording there? We understand the points you're making, and we'll suggest some wording. Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, okay. I think that would be helpful just to kind of clarify exactly what's meant there. Yeah, thank you. So, other than that, there's a number of changes as well that are being proposed to the policy. Perhaps just be useful to go through those. There's changes to the policies and to the supporting text as well. So, there's quite a few changes, aren't there? And some of them are combined into different modifications as well. So,
yes, there are quite a few changes here. We've tried to respond to the representations made by a number of different organisations here. Some were making similar but not quite the same point, and there were a number of sort of detailed points, for example, from the heritage groups about the value of the waterways as the heritage and the industrial and archaeological value of waterways in Sheffield was perhaps one point, specific point. Concerns from the Canal and Rivers Trust about not mentioning the Sheffield and Tinsley Canal. We think these are all sort of largely valid points that would improve the effectiveness of the policy. And I think it's probably most helpful to just look at CD 34, which is the tracked change version. It's because it is appreciated. It is quite difficult following all these changes, but I think that's the best place to follow what we're suggesting. As I say, some of the changes are intended to strengthen references to the importance of Sheffield's rivers and watercourses. So then in particular that's modification SV13 and SV7, where we've suggested some amendments to supporting text, in fact particularly paragraph 5.24. I'll just wait for you to bring that up.
Yeah, I printed out the track changes.
Okay.
It prints it out as a final version, but it doesn't show what the changes are. So, but I have also written it out as well. So hopefully, between this, we'll get through them all. But the changes to the text, that's just minor change, isn't it? In terms of the,
I think we think so.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't have any issues with that at all. And then there was changes to the first paragraph of the policy to, was it SV6? Referring to active travel, conservation, heritage assets and supporting local food production. Yeah, so that's reflecting the comments that have been made about the role of green infrastructure, I guess, those wider roles. So
yes,
yeah,
it's to make sure we're capturing the full value of blue and green infrastructure, really.
Yeah. So I think that those are helpful comments. So those changes to that first paragraph, so they're main modifications because they add that kind of extra.
Okay, can I just clarify on paragraph 524, would those be be minor changes in where it's the supporting text, or would you include those in the main?
Except for the additional paragraph in terms of the nature recovery strategy, which refers to supplementary planning document.
Right, okay.
Because then that would, if you're making reference to an SPD, it's how then that ties into the policy. I wasn't entirely sure quite what the, perhaps if you could explain what the SPD might do, and then.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be fundamentally helping to identify the areas where connections are needed between habitats, and the opportunities for enhancement. I think where this becomes, it would tie in potentially with an SPD around biodiversity net gain and habitat creation and linked to that policy, because obviously where we're identifying opportunities for habitat enhancement, those are also opportunities for off-site enhancements as well. So I think the SPD would probably link into an SPD more generally around biodiversity net gain, helping developers understand how that policy will be implemented practically within the city. I don't know whether Liz might have comments on that.
I can't actually see the text that refers to an SPD. What paragraph is that in?
So it follows on from after paragraph 524. We've suggested an additional paragraph there. Shall I just read it out? It says work on a new South Yorkshire Local Nature Recovery Strategy, in brackets the LNRS, is being led by the South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority, but at the time of submitting this plan had not been completed. The LNRS will map the network of designated wildlife sites and identify green spaces, countryside and previously developed sites that provide opportunities for nature recovery, helping to improve connectivity between existing wildlife habitats. More detail on this will be set out in a supplementary planning document once work on the LNRS has been completed.
Yeah, sorry, I just couldn't see the SPD, but yes, so I do support and welcome the idea of an SPD, because I am concerned that there is a significant evidence base and piece of work that's being undertaken for biodiversity and nature recovery network through the local nature recovery strategy that this plan is just not referencing. I mean, it's saying it's coming, but it's not. There's no evidence base been brought in. And I mean the natural capital assessment work that I referred to is available and could be used, but I accept that there may be changes and amendments based on the LNRS being adopted. So I think it's important, I feel, to put a mark down that this is not a complete piece of work, this section. It's waiting for something, and it would be concerning to adopt a plan without any kind of opportunity to address that in the future when the LNRS comes forward. But also, I think the connection with biodiversity net gain is quite important here. I know biodiversity net gain is in a separate place, so in a different section. But the Nature Recovery Network is intended to be the strategic area of priority for biodiversity net gain delivery. So the biodiversity net gain units would be scored differently under the metric if they if they end up being delivered within the strategic nature recovery network. which is hence why it's important to be clear that it's the nature recovery network and not the green infrastructure, not a infrastructure network, because an infrastructure network isn't the same thing. That's where you might use the community infrastructure levy to improve that. So I do think an SPD is needed, and I think the SPD needs to really focus on what the NRN is, how it links to biodiversity net gain, how it delivers biodiversity enhancement across the city, which ties in with the overall vision of the local plan. And I think if there isn't something else to say that that is going to be a formal planning document, it's concerning whether the local plan can deliver the biodiversity enhancement that's needed.
Okay, thank you. And we're going to talk about the policy on biodiversity net gain later in the autumn. So I think we'll no doubt come back to this, won't we, in that respect. And there'll be a bit more progress by then on the nature recovery strategy as well, I guess. So
we will definitely, I'm sure we will come back to it, but if it's not, my concern is that it's not referenced in this at this strategic level, and how it interrelates between the blue and green infrastructure and the nature recovery network. If it's too conflated, it won't be clear when it comes later. So that's why I was just wanting to make sure that there could be an SPD at this point, so that we can then get into the detail of biodiversity again.
Yeah. So the additional text then that refers to an SPD, that's something that you would support then?
Yes. In the absence of the data set, yes. It's a compromise that would be welcome, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Just use your microphone, it's easier. We were just looking at the reasoned explanation in the context of the policy, and the fact that the policy itself doesn't at the moment make reference to the nature recovery strategy, and we're just thinking for clarity really that it could do I know that's coming, and the SPD, and then the reasoned explanation would then obviously provide the explanation that the SPD is coming, and we'd have to think of a form of wording in terms of that, but it would potentially make the plan effective from that point of view by linking the two and making sure there's reference in the policy itself to that matter, as well as in the reasoned explanation, which I think is the point being made.
Yeah, you've said it much better than me, but yeah.
Oh, no.
that would be really welcome.
Okay, so should we add that to give some thought to a form of wording in respect of that?
Yes, that would be helpful. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So going back to then the list of the proposed, your suggested changes. So those were the changes to the text. Were there any other changes to the text?
So there are some sort of related changes to the definition. So depending on that rewording of the final paragraph, which obviously refers to designated ecological and geological sites as a proposed amendment, we'd need to explain that in the definitions. It's probably worth me just clarifying that the reason we've added that where it refers to designated ecological or geological sites at the end of the last paragraph is that it was pointed out to us that whilst it is true that virtually all the ecological and geological sites are within either urban green space zones or green belt, that's not entirely the case. So there are some local wildlife sites that overlap actually even with allocated sites, and where that's the case, that's highlighted in the conditions on those allocations. So that they potentially provide opportunities for on-site biodiversity net gain, but they're not exclusively within the urban green space zones and green belt. So that just closes a sort of a loophole, if you like, that those sites wouldn't be protected if we don't add that extra little bit of text to the end of that paragraph. So that was the reason for that. So we have explained in the definition that the designated ecological and geological sites, that would cover internationally, nationally and locally designated sites as described in policies GS5 and GS8. So it's just it's for internal consistency within the plan, really. Likewise, because we've referred to registered historic parks and gardens in the policy, again, we're referring the reader to the glossary for definitions of what those are. And there's also the extra paragraph that Natural England requested regarding the green infrastructure framework, and so that we've suggested that as an additional sentence at the end of the policy. So that would now read, where new green infrastructure is created, it should comply with the principles and standards set out in Natural England's green infrastructure framework or any successor document. So again, we've added proposed adding a definition there to that to explain what that infrastructure framework is, and that is. So I think that's modification SV9. So we just clarify there that the green infrastructure framework provides a structure to analyse where green space in urban environments is needed most. It aims to support equitable access to green space across the country with an overarching target for everyone being able to reach good quality green space in their local area. So that was something we agreed with Natural England as part of the Statement of Common Ground with them.
So I haven't got any comments on those modifications. They all seem sensible. Just a comment though on the last one, the proposed addition to the policy to reference to the Natural England's Green Infrastructure Framework. I wasn't sure whether in all instances where new green infrastructure is created, would that document always be relevant? I think it's whether this is best in the reasoned explanation rather than in the policy, this particular reference, because it's almost giving development plan status to a document that perhaps does something else. I agree that it's useful to refer to it, but is the policy the right place?
I think that our original suggestion to Natural England was we put it in the supporting text, but they were keen to have it in the policy. But I'll take your advice on that, really, in terms of I think it's helpful to have it in the policy. Equally, I think it's helpful to developers to understand that there is a framework out there which helps them analyse where green space in urban environments is needed most. You know, that's what that framework is about. It's a structure to analyse that green space. But yeah, I take your point that it might not be applicable in every instance. I think the green infrastructure framework published by Natural England is it's quite a large document, and there's quite a lot in there. We didn't want to be trying to repeat all that in a development plan. I think we'd be content with an amendment to the supporting text. I think that would be our preference.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not the objective of reflecting that, but just sort of thinking from a development management point of view. I suppose if you're asked to have a think about what the principles of a particular lengthy document are in any particular context. It's just what that means really in the context of a policy. And so I think the reasoned explanation would probably be more appropriate, because it would give effect to and explain that was a relevant consideration in terms of interpreting the policy, but without incorporating it into the policy in a way that could potentially be a bit tricky.
Yeah, so that could perhaps just be a minor change to the text.
Would you like us just to suggest that as a further change to the text, supporting text?
I think I can just be a minor change. The only other additional point I noted was the definitions in Policy SP1. Just need to remove the reference to green network from that one as well. I don't think that would have been picked up. It's just for consistency.
I didn't know whether SP1L, I don't know, I'm not a planner, but I didn't know whether SP1L should refer to BG1 or not. There's no connection between SP1 and, but L. So SP1L refers to the green network and the local nature recovery network, and then refers to the policies GS1 to GS11 in the second part. I didn't know whether it needed to also direct people to the blue and green infrastructure policy, which in this document is the main reference for it. Or not.
Yeah, we'd agree with that. I mean, we've proposed a modification that references map 17. It would make sense to also cross-refer to BG1. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so there's a number of modifications, aren't there, to both policies for consistency, and yeah, I didn't have any other particular comments on that other than to the, it was just making, if we're removing references to the green network, that just needed to be taken out of the definition as well. That was the only extra thing. And I agree it'd be useful to add reference to BG1. The only other comment I had actually, sorry, in terms of the proposed additions to the text, going back to that, I think it's SV10, a new sentence about tensions between biodiversity objectives and human access, and when you'd start to give priority to biodiversity objectives. I just felt perhaps this was straying into policy for something to be included in text.
Yes, I think we were. Yeah, I can understand where you're coming from there. This was obviously something that was pointed out to us, that there can often be tensions between sort of ecological objectives and recreational objectives, and obviously we're trying to deliver outcomes that support both those objectives. But where there are tensions, I think it is helpful to give a steer about what the priority would be. But yes, I mean that could go into the policy.
Yeah, I think it's the last bit of that sentence. The plan will give priority to the protect. That's a requirement. So we want that. It's fine to explain it here, but I think the bit that's a requirement probably needs to be in the policy.
Yeah. So the bit that gives priority, as Ms Reid was just saying there, I think it does need to go into the policy.
And that would be a main modification.
Okay.
Are there any other proposed modifications or suggested modifications rather that we've missed there? I think that was all the ones I'd picked up,
Yes.
but so there were quite a few in different places, so it did get slightly confusing.
There were some changes to the bullet points within the policy. I think after you've got the list of all of the major parks and green spaces under the second bullet point, we've suggested inserting registered historic parks and gardens, and then a further bullet point, the green spaces that form or have potential to form wildlife corridors or stepping stones connecting designated ecological sites. And I think that is quite an important one actually in terms of what we were talking about before in terms of the extending the network and the connectivity is a key part of the strategy. Really, that will be an important part of the local nature recovery strategy. So I think that connecting element was something we felt needed to get into the policy there. So that
yes,
I'll just give you the reference to that. So that was.
Thank you for highlighting that because
SV14.
SV14. I did wonder in that respect if it would be useful to clarify it in that bullet point, make reference to the nature recovery strategy specifically because
yes,
as written there could be potentially lots of areas that could or have the potential to form corridors or stepping stones, but if you refer specifically to the recovery strategy, then that would link to those ones that had been identified because these bullet points are features that are being given very significant weight to through the policy, aren't they? So
yeah. Can I perhaps suggest then that because there are quite a lot of different amendments there, that we provide a new track change version of that policy? Would that be helpful with all the amendments in?
Yes, if you could list them.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Okay. Is there any more comments on any of those? Sorry, there's lots of changes and it's got a bit complicated, but is there anything else that you wanted to add on any of that?
I'll mention this, but I think it's probably the amendments proposed are fine. I was just weighing up whether it was worth separating out the bullet points referring to local nature recovery network and local nature recovery strategy to make that kind of distinction within the policy. Because you've kind of, in the amendments that you've made, you've put blue-green infrastructure and the local nature recovery network. I think you've sort of, and you've put, that's the title, then you've put it later down, and then you've referred to some parks and then added on the green spaces that form wildlife corridors. And it feels like that last bullet point is perhaps the key one around the local nature recovery network. And the ones above are perhaps more generally around blue and green infrastructure and to some extent the contribution to biodiversity. But it's just making, I guess I was just trying to bring a little bit out that distinction between infrastructure and local nature recovery networks because of the point that's been made about there is a tension between people accessing sites that are important for wildlife. But I think the amendments that have been proposed are really positive, so I'd probably prefer to stick with with that. But it was just a thought as to whether there was some benefit in making that separation. But
we can give that some thought as part of the redrafting.
Just
yeah.
As you reword it, it's just
yeah.
I just wondered if it might make it simpler, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I haven't got any more comments or questions on BG1 and SP1L. So is there anything else anybody wants to say on those policies?
I don't have any specifics. I'm guessing that later in the process it might be recognised. I was looking at things like, because I know they're separate matters, like the flood risk assessment, the overlap between the map for the nature recovery network and the green and blue infrastructure and the flood risk areas, corridors, and high flood risk areas is extremely significant. And so at some point I'm just wondering how the testing in relation to those different aspects and how the interrelation of the policies would be tested. I presume that's at the sustainability appraisal. I don't know. As I said, I'm not a planner, but
Yeah, I mean, the strategic flood risk assessment, we've completed a level 2 SFRA, which is the more detailed assessment of sites. So that obviously identifies where there are sites that are at risk from flooding. We've added, when we get to stage 2, obviously I'm sure we will be discussing the issues around conditions on individual sites, around biodiversity and flood risk, and it might be at that point we consider the sort of interplay of the two issues. That would be our view, I think.
Yes, and then we'll come on to the policies on specific policies on flood risk as well in the stage 3 hearing. So we will come back to this. As I say, in stage 2 on sites, and then in stage 3 on policies. So, yeah. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much for your contributions there. So, if you want to scoot off, that's absolutely fine. Yeah. And then we'll just go on to the policy D1 on design. I haven't got very many comments on this one. Again, there was just some changes that you were suggesting, weren't there? Obviously, the policy is written had some duplication, which would be all sorted out.
Yes.
Through the.
You're about to see the track change version. We've renumbered it,
so
relettered it, so it runs correctly.
And you renumbered it and everything, so that's all. That's good. So the only change, there was a couple of changes, weren't there? But one was to the first point A, just to add amongst others.
Yes. The reason for this modification, adding the text amongst others. It's really in response to quite a large number of comments from various organisations representing the historic environment in Sheffield. You can perhaps appreciate if you've looked at the representations. We've got quite a number of really strong, quite passionate groups who are interested in various aspects of the built form in Sheffield. So the reason for the addition of that text is really to ensure that the list of buildings, structures and settlement forms that are associated with Sheffield's distinctive heritage isn't solely restricted to those 10 typologies that are listed there in the policy, and that other forms could fall within the definition of Sheffield's distinctive heritage. It's just to ensure that where necessary other forms are encompassed. Obviously we've focused there, we haven't mentioned every single building of historic interest in Sheffield. That's really categories that reflect Sheffield's historic environment quite well, but it's to just make clear that that isn't exclusive.
Yes, it's just making it clear that it's not a closed list. I didn't think it was particularly necessary because it already says particularly, so it's almost like the way that it's written, and it becomes slightly less clear.
I think it was raised by several different respondents, perhaps in different manners, and it just seemed that it would make the policy more clearly operative to be absolutely blatant that it wasn't a closed list by inserting that word.
It could just say including, could it, rather than...
Yes, I think Ms Reid's just sort of noting here that it could be seen otherwise, that these perhaps perform a more important role or are more subjectively important than other forms of distinctive heritage.
But just have a minor change to because it's not changing the meaning. It's not a closed list as written.
Okay, so we can add that to the minor changes that are agreed.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then my only other comment was just in relation to the glossary. I think that the definitions section says, for inclusive design and dementia-friendly design, see glossary, which is fine. But then in the glossary, I wasn't sure from what was in the glossary, actually, if people would understand, if there was enough information there to help people understand what was really needed, and perhaps whether there was a need for some additional signposting.
Thank you. So I have taken advice from our access officer who sits within the design team, who did go back with me through the glossary, and he felt that whilst both are broad and they don't refer to a particular set of standards, that the definition is clear and that they should really be read as relating to current best practice. I do wonder if that's potentially an additional form of wording that we might be able to include. The reason he suggested that, and I'm inclined to agree with him, is that design requirements or design best practice can change over time as research evolves. So I've got some relevant current examples of best practice that might include, for example, Howden housing associations, housing and disabled people, a toolkit for local authorities in England, or the Thomas Pocklington Trust, housing design for people with dementia and sight loss. Both of those are really good examples of best practice, but obviously over time different organisations produce such best practice, and we wouldn't necessarily want to restrict to a specific list. So I wonder if we could perhaps formulate some words that allowed us to refer to current best practice within those definitions.
Yeah, it's a minor point, to be honest. It's just it's something that's just a minor change. It's just.
Thank you.
leave that one with you. So, yeah, I didn't have any further points on this policy.
Sorry, yes, have you completed your... Yeah, okay. What I was going to suggest is that we have a short break, because I've obviously just got to sort of finalise the list. We've just agreed a whole series of main modifications. I was desperately trying to understand what they were, but so I need to talk to Rosie. So could we have at least 15 minutes? Is that okay? Yeah. Look at my watch. Yeah, 25 past, is that okay? Yeah. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, sorry for the delay. Obviously, partly because we only received your list just now. If I could just request that next week we receive something Wednesday evening from day 1 and day 2, because obviously we'll have to like sort of cobble along and do day 3 together. But it's much easier, obviously, for us having it before. So, yes, that would be gratefully received. Yeah, it's too much to do three days on the last day, isn't it? Yeah, it's a nightmare. Yeah, okay, so I think we're just about there in terms of comparison of lists. But before we get to that, just to sort of outline what the closing session is, what we see it to be normally about. So we'd normally do the closing session, I think, so we would have done it next week and just rolled in both together. But I'm actually not here next week. So because I led on a lot of the sessions this week, it sort of made more sense really just to do these 3 days. And then David Troy and Rosie Morgan will then do a closing session next week just on those 3 days. So that's the reason we've inserted this additional one. I think it sort of makes sense really. And in terms of what the closing session will cover, well, obviously to run through, as I said at the start on day 1, to run through the list of main modifications and actions and just compare it and obviously just reach an agreement on that list so that this can then be eventually published on the website as a record. So after we've sort of obviously talked through it, if you're able to sort of draw together the final sort of drafts of those lists, send it to ourselves via the programme officer, and then we'll obviously double check again against our list and then get a final comments to you in writing, if that's okay. So that's obviously the first purpose of today. And then also the second purpose of the closing session is really just if there's any outstanding matters that either for the inspectors to raise, obviously, or yourselves to raise as well. And then to talk a bit, obviously, about next steps and things. There might be some questions for yourselves, or I think I've got a couple of points that I'd like to raise under next steps. So yes, so if we move on then to the running list, and I think if I just start, so we'd got a combined list, so it didn't help because we'd literally done each day with the actions and main modifications in the same table, so that's what made it a bit longer just now. So I'll try and run through. So if I go through perhaps the actions, there's more actions at start. So if I go through the action list first, so looking at the council's version, so 1 and 2 can probably come out because they're to compile the tables effectively, so they're not the sort of record of what was agreed and discussed. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, absolutely the same.
Sorry, Mum, just bear with us a minute.
That's fine. So I was looking at the action list. We have one in our room.
Sorry, we were sharing one and then we just realised that as we're going through it, that means that one of us doesn't have one. I'm so sorry.
No, that's absolutely fine. That's fine. Actually, while we're pausing, Rosie, I think I've left the vision and objectives list you did in our room. Could you get that? Thank you. It was a single sheet of paper. No problem. So, yes, I said 1 and 2 to delete, because that's obviously just the production of the actual lists. 3 to 8, we had the same down. Number 9, I didn't have down. Now, I think that was one that someone else asked for around the table.
It was, and it was answered. I think the council said at the time, I've just been to check my note on that, I think the council said we'd need to check where that was, and then Laura came back in and gave the reference as we actually went through the session. So I think it's probably been jotted down, although it was actually answered in the session. If you recall, ma'am, it was the point I think Mr Rose was making about is there a reference to the IIA in the report that went to members, and it was just referring to where that was, and we did provide the references actually in the session.
Yes, I remember he was saying what documents were available in front of members. So, yeah, because it's not something we were asking for, yeah, that can be removed.
Yeah,
that's fine. On that first page, 10 to 14, yep, that's all fine. Moving over, thank you. Moving over page 15 and 16, that chimed with us. 17, yes, that was what we said. We said also sort of linking to the small site sustainability appraisal work in brackets, but that's not important. That's just background.
Yeah. Can we just, I think it would just help to get exactly what we're doing on point 7 firmed up, because, I mean, here it says, and the rationale behind the judgment, they have strong reasons to be retained in the Greenbelt. I mean, obviously that's a composite planning judgment. I think what you, my note was that you were actually asking for was a note setting out the scope of an update to the Greenbelt review weaker performing Greenbelt parcels and sites, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Within those.
Okay, shall I read out my exact wording?
Yes, please.
Will that help?
Yes.
Okay. So, council to carry out further Greenbelt work to clarify which parcels stroke sites in the Greenbelt review are poorly performing. Shall I read that again slowly? I'm going too fast, aren't I? So, council to carry out further Greenbelt work to clarify which parcels sites in the Greenbelt review are poorly performing and assess the suitability of these for potential development and release from the Greenbelt. And then in brackets, I've got linked to the further appraisal work on small sites in the Greenbelt that was sought on day 1 in relation to IIA. And what I was going to suggest is that we continue to liaise with each other via the programme officer in terms of developing some of the parameters of that work, obviously.
Yes,
Does that help?
Yes, thank you. I think because I think we had that in the first instance we were going to produce a note so that setting out the parameters of that, so that we could provide that to you, and then we could check the scope with you first before starting the work.
Yes,
yeah.
Okay, shall we move on to the next one?
Yeah.
So the next action 18 was chimed with us. Number 19. I think you were going to check. I asked for it to be publicised, and you were just going to check whether it could be, I think was what you'd said. So it's slightly different. Yeah, I mean, obviously we've got a few weeks to review this before it's publicised. So yes, if you just want to check, and then we'll obviously change that action potentially. 20, 21, 22, that's fine.
Could we, sorry to interrupt, could we make an update to 22? I apologise, it wasn't in the version that you've got. So I'll just relay the wording that we're suggesting. So, appraise any relevant smaller private sites sifted out of the site selection methodology, owing to site area being under 1 hectare, for use as additional traveller sites. Include consideration of council-owned greenfield
greenbelt sites.
Is that included?
Yes, that chimes with what I remember.
Great, thank you.
It was a good summary, thank you.
Sorry, Mum, just on that. Oh, no, it's fine. Oh, is it? Oh, I see. Okay, no, sorry. No, you're right. Yep.
With the council sites, we're not limiting that to sites under a hectare.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's just we're clarifying that while we're talking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, because it was, it's any greenfield, greenbelt
any-
sites effectively, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So that takes us on in terms of the actions to today, I think, doesn't it? So on your list, so I think, sorry, it was general strategy first, wasn't it? Sorry, just looking at the actions that came under general strategy, it was 25, wasn't it? So I agreed with that. So adding the SHMA.
It's 2013, wasn't it?
Yep, 2013. Sorry, I'm just going through my list. Yep, 28. Yep, agree with that. Yep, and then obviously 27 was all the information on the BLGs. Okay, yep, so that's fine. And then turning back then to 22, 23, 24. Those we had down as main modifications rather than actions. So it's obviously actions for you to do some work, but effectively I think they link back, they are actually modifications rather than evidence production.
Can I just clarify, these are two separate lists, aren't they? You don't require us to merge actions and modifications. They remain two separate lists.
As I said on day one, I mean, it's obviously up to the councils how to do it, but you can just merge them. So we had produced, our version is merged. I've seen both, to be honest, in different councils. There's no stipulation from us on how you have to do it. I find it easy with one because then I can see from my notes what I've agreed each day, and then it's just in day one, day two, day three.
Okay.
But I'm not going to sit here and go, you have to do it this way. So it's fine to have two. But if you are having two lists, they need to be in the right place. So 22, 23, 24 would then shift. And the same applies to 28, 29. I think they're both mods. Would that be your reading?
Yes. I'm really sorry, I'm going to ask another question now that's probably a bit awkward. So number 30 is an example of one that we've previously put forward already.
I don't have a 30 actually.
It's just materialised. Perhaps that comes to something that maybe I'll ask at the end about other modifications.
Minor mods.
Well, minor modifications, but also other modifications that we put forward in the past. So we'll come back to that.
I know.
I think that completes then the actions that we had talked about anyway, doesn't it? So shall I move on to the modifications list? Okay. So under matter one then on the first page, so we had agreed, a lot of these relate to the glossary changes, don't they? So we've had a quick look at these again, and on reflection we think that some of these are actually additional modifications. So I'm going to just run through the council's list and just say which ones we think should stay as main. and then which ones should actually just fall away and be something that you decide whether you want to do or not. The first one, EH1, we agree, main modification. Second one would be a minor modification, so CH22. GD11, main modification. RH96, main modification. LS31, minor. GC15, main. The second page, all of those would be minor. So that's GC16, GC6, GC19, SV41, RH101, all minor. Third page, first... Yep.
Can I just ask a question?
Yep.
Can I just ask a question about SV41? Obviously, we refer to the 7-kilometre zone of influence there. Obviously, that will be subject to further discussions between ourselves and the Peak District National Park Authority, isn't it?
Yes, that's obviously going to be subject to change, I guess, anyway, isn't it? I think what we were focusing on was the second parts of that, really. So, yes, no, appreciate that point. Thank you. Top of the third page, the first one, RH102, would be minor. The rest on that page would be main. So the main ones are LS15, HT1, RH96, and HT2. Okay. Then moving on to matter 3 on the next page. We agree all of those with all of those main modifications listed there on the first page. So that's EH2, EH3, 4, 5 and 6. That's all fine. Okay, that then takes us on to today. Yeah, so the first one, EH7, we would agree with that. Okay, so I think some of them then appeared in the other list, didn't they? I'm getting confused. Yeah, so then 28 and 20, no, 28 would go there. No, sorry, that's wrong. Sorry, I'm just trying to find, so this is something that was agreed. It's in Rosie's list from vision and objectives. It might appear here, but perhaps you can just find it for me. It's where the council's agreed to look at extra greenbelt reference in the objectives. Am I looking at the wrong page here?
That's 28, I think, Ma'am. So
that is 28,
yeah,
right.
That was where BG1 talks about inappropriate development.
Okay, so that will be reinserted in there.
No?
Is it?
Excuse me, are you referring to the fact that in our vision and objectives we didn't refer to our primary regeneration objective and retaining the green belt?
Yes, and there was an agreement to add that in.
Sorry,
so that's...
Does that occur anywhere? So I couldn't see it.
I have seen that somewhere.
Yes, it's EH15, I think.
Oh, I haven't got an EH15.
Where is that in the action list then?
Yes, it's not.
Oh no, it's not. That's the action list.
No, but I have seen that though. Is it
not on the list to your left?
No, it goes to EH12.
Okay, is that an additional one to add then?
It's 24, isn't it? Isn't it, Simon? Is that not 24?
How far does your
Oh, yeah, it's 24.
Yeah, sorry, Mum, it was
it's 24
on the
right,
action.
okay. So it's 24.
So it looks like
Okay, so
on
that's
the live
covered.
version we've added it on to the end of the list we're now going through to make it a bit easier.
Okay.
Right? Yes,
Thank
that's
you.
just what we've done.
Yeah, I think that's probably found its way into the actions, because the action is to provide the suggested wording on that, but obviously then it becomes also a main modification.
Yeah. Okay, so then that's the same for, so number 22 in the action list then gets reinserted into the main modification list. So I think I've covered off the vision objective main mods. So moving down the list then, so this then picks up the general strategy issues that I dealt with. So, yep, so the first one, EH8, agree with that, to change the wording to primarily focused. Yep, the second one, EH9, listing the broad locations of growth. And then there's all of the changes that came under BG1, aren't there? So there's quite a lot. I've got a big list here that Rosie has set out. I think it might just be worth doing this in writing because it's pretty complicated, isn't it? Just looking at it, I'm like, partly can't read her writing, but yeah, partly because it's just actually a really long list. So we will, I think, just like liaise via the programme officer. If that's okay with you. Okay, going back to our list of actions, just from the HRA day, I had an extra one, which is probably tied up actually in partly what you said, but I've got down here, council to liaise with neighbouring authorities to identify mitigation measures relating to recreational pressures on designated habitats and develop a mitigation plan.
I've seen that.
We've got the draft, draft statement of common ground of the Peak Park in light of the proposed mitigation delivery plan. Do we want to expand that, or is it a separate action?
I suspect that action does just pick up the Peak Park conversation potentially, rather than with the neighbours. It's probably just being caught up because we moved on to sort of the makeup of neighbouring authorities and green, maybe that was Greenbelt actually, but I think it was just an action just with the Peak Park, that one.
I think it's action 14, isn't it? Draft a revised statement of common ground with the Peak District National Park in light of proposed mitigation delivery plan.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. And then I also had a modifications coming out of HRA work as well on my list. I've got down here, council to consider potential main mods to policies NC15, GS5 and DC1 to reflect mitigation measures identified through the liaison work with Natural England and the production of a potential HRA addendum. So it's all the actions that were about obviously looking at the recreational pressure distance. It was the issues about Natural England's new points about the there were no longer potentially going to be likely significant effects, etc., etc. So that then obviously would lead to potential modifications to those three policies.
Could you possibly just repeat that so we can tap it in?
So, council to consider potential main mods to policies NC15, GS5 and DC1 to reflect mitigation measures identified through the action points. And then you know what the action points are. Okay, was there anything else on the council's list that I haven't sort of mentioned, or anything additional? I think you mentioned there might be one additional modification area.
I think that picked up everything. Now we've moved the ones that were in the actions back into the list of modifications.
I think you just had a question about how the inspector wanted you to deal with minor modifications.
Yes, actually, that's true. Yeah, so a question about minor, well, the split between minor and major. That's the wrong word, isn't it? Main modifications. So just to be clear in my own mind, I think when we submitted the plan, we also submitted alongside it 2 potential lists of modifications, one which we felt were minor, one which we felt were main. When the inspectors were then appointed and started to look at the stuff we'd submitted, we were asked to reissue a list of the ones that were accepted as minor amendments effectively, and that was issued as Exam 1A, I think. Since then, and partially as a result of preparing written statements over the last few months for the MIQs, we'd identified some further modifications which we have submitted to the programme officer, and we'd asked a question about which list they should be added to. And the advice was that they should be added to exam document 1A, which is actually the minor ones that have been accepted. So it won't quite flow right if we then continue adding these to that, because these are main modifications. So could we just have a think about how we make sure that everything's picked up in the right way?
Yes, I mean, it's
maybe we didn't explain very well what we were submitting.
No, that's fine. It's obviously a little bit difficult because I haven't been involved. I've literally had 2 weeks to be involved in this, so I'm quite new to it. I mean, in terms of the normal process, I would obviously normally see 2 separate lists produced by the council, the potential main modification list, and an additional submission stage. Our role is not to get involved at all with the minor modifications, so we wouldn't agree them at any stage. We would discuss at the hearings any potential main modifications, and at the hearing session, produce a potential list of agreed main modifications. We wouldn't get involved. We wouldn't even say at the hearings or afterwards we agree with any minor changes, because that's all entirely down to the council's decision on what you want to do, and sometimes what risk you want to take as well, if they're minor or not. But it's really we wouldn't go there because it doesn't involve soundness. So if you're talking about adding any now, I'd say don't bother, because there's going to be a final list that comes out of the hearing sessions, and that's the one where we'll work forward with, and we'll build on it as we go through the hearing sessions. Does that help?
I think so, yes. So just to be clear once more, Exam 1A, the text that comes at the top of that, which we were asked to add, is that this is a schedule of proposed modifications that we submitted, and these are considered to be additional minor modifications by the inspectors. These should be taken as forming part of the submitted publication draft plan. So they're mostly updates to words, things like that, really genuinely minor.
Well, I suppose the question is, though, to check that they are in fact minor, isn't it?
Yeah, but the inspectors agreed they were.
The inspectors agreed they're minor. Well, that's fine, isn't it?
That's fine. That's okay. I understand that. But what that means is that we've got further modifications that we wanted to propose that came out of our work on those written representations that haven't yet come up here.
Yeah, but they're going to come out of the hearing sessions, aren't they? They're going to be
They
discussed.
might not all, because they haven't got them. Because they were going to be added to this, and they weren't.
Are they in your hearing statements, some of them? If not, we're very happy to
somewhere.
I mean, this is the purpose of the hearing sessions, is to discuss, potential changes. So we're very happy to discuss those as we go through.
Okay.
And
we'll
then if
find
they,
them
and what we will try and confirm at the end of each session is what's main.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We won't say definitely you have to do this. We'll say something, we think something is minor, and then you, if you want to keep a running list yourselves of your minor changes, then that's your list, and we perhaps see it at the end, but it's definitely something that we won't really go there with.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
I think we were asked in response to MIQs to highlight any proposed changes. So it might just be a job for us first and foremost, just to cross-reference the list that we submitted with changes that we picked up in our responses to MIQs and see what's missed, because I think it was asked for in our responses. So we might have picked it up, but I think probably the first task for us will be just to cross-reference with what we put in our responses to MIQs to see if it's all there, and if it's not, then we might produce an additional list.
All right. I've got a couple of points to raise, and then I think obviously, like, if you have any further questions and queries as well. So one point that I raised at the Gypsy session and said that I would reflect on was just regarding your Gypsy Traveller accommodation assessment, because obviously it is fairly dated and I did have some concerns about it. But I'd like to just confirm at this point that I'm not looking for further work on that at this stage, having reflected on that. Obviously the examination is still open, but I thought I should just make that point clear. Secondly, there's obviously a lot of work and actions that have come out of the first 3 days and no doubt will be added to, which is completely normal for any examination. If I could ask the council just to start drawing up a schedule of work and potential timescales, obviously you know your resources and your manpower within your team. If you could just look at that critically and look at those timescales, and then also consider alongside that the need to potentially consult on some of those documents. So we're happy to give a steer in terms of consultation, because some of these documents could just be for distribution amongst other people who came to the hearing sessions. Some documents might need wider distribution because they might be something new and fundamental, and particularly like when it involves something like sustainability appraisal, I think it's always worth involving as many people as possible. But other things will definitely be minor. There's also the question of how long to consult with some of these documents. Again, if it's something to be shared just with people around the table, sometimes 2 or 3 weeks is sufficient. But again, if it's something sustainability appraisal-wise, then we're talking 6 weeks normally. So just obviously looking, you know, it's going to be quite a complex list, but if you could just start drawing that up and then liaise with the programme officer through him with us, and let us know what schedule. Obviously, we've got some time to play with because we haven't got the stage 2 hearing sessions for a while, and the stage 3 hearing sessions aren't due to end until the middle of November. So we do have some time to play with. Then I was just going to say a few words about post-hearings letter. I mean, this really varies actually, because sometimes you might get to a situation where you can issue a post-hearings letter straight away after hearing session that says, let's move to main modification stage, or let's not. Well, obviously we're not there yet because we've got stages 2 and 3 to go through. Just to say that we've obviously asked for quite a lot of work to be done, so that obviously that needs to be undertaken. But we've also, well, I've made it clear in the last few days, hopefully, that we won't be able to come to a resolution on quite a few issues until we've actually run the stage 2 hearings on specific sites. So I think you can take it from that we will definitely be proceeding to stage 2. I'm sure you've picked up that message already, but I thought I should just highlight it. Assume it's all going ahead, basically, that we won't be needing to write you a post-hearings letter to confirm that actually that's come out of the hearing sessions already. One of the reasons we're actually quite keen this week and next week actually to make it clear what our position is on all of these issues and what actions are needed, what further work is needed, is that we think that actually there's going to be a bit of a delay because of the general election. So I don't know if you're aware that we have a post-hearings letter protocol with DLUC we have to send all of our draft post-hearing letters to DLUC, whatever they say, for 24-hour period. But it's often more than a 24-hour period, and we think that it could be a long period because whatever happens, whoever gets in at the general election. So I think it would probably be good to try and avoid having a post-hearings letter. So far this week, we haven't got anything to write to you about.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, that depends on my colleagues David, Troy and Rosie Morgan, what they say and next week. But it could be that we just simply don't need a post-hearings letter from this stage. And that the actual final meaningful post-hearings letter could be after stage 3 or even later, depending on the timescales for the production of the work and the timescales for the consultation. But we'll see where we're at. Does that make sense? Do you have any questions on the whole post-hearings letter or the work action schedule or anything else?
I think that's really helpful. Thank you for confirming that so that we're not going to be worrying about why we haven't received a letter. So that's really great. Thank you. And we can start preparing for what stage 2 is going to look like. And yes, be assured that we will go away and in between hearings next week and the week after, we'll start to look at what that schedule of extra work is going to look like as we look at the team's resources over the next couple of months.
Did you have any other questions you wanted to raise on any other matters? Miss Roden.
Yes, one further action we were going to propose was possibly putting forward some notes as an update to our housing need assessment. So I think we've set out that the SHMA is dated from 2018. So we think ahead of the stage 2 hearings, we were going to propose to you an option of putting forward some sort of topic papers setting out the need identified in paragraph 61.
It's not the LHN point, it's just to be clear. Yeah,
sorry, it's not the...
Sorry, when I think when the council's talking about housing need, it's not talking about its housing requirement figure or its LHN, it's talking about needs of... Pardon? Sorry, needs of specific groups, thematic needs.
So, I didn't understand.
Because, sorry. So, I think
you're off.
It was on. So the SHMA, I think, dates from 2018.
That's right.
And it was really just, I think, an update in respect of that. We are that issue has now been put back until the stage 2 hearings in any event, and we're just sort of looking forward and looking at some of the representations that have been made, one of which is that some of that information is now dated. So we just anticipate sort of looking forward that, and we were wondering whether it would assist you for us to perhaps look at that work in advance, given that there's now a sort of a period of time in between.
Okay, I mean, I haven't looked at that area of work at all, obviously, because I've just had my 2 weeks to focus very much on this. But if you have seen representations that raise key points, then I would say yes, please. I'm sure it's going to be useful for myself. So yes, because I'll be leading on that issue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, was there anything else? No. I was going to just stress actually that moving forward, please continue to contact us through Ian. You know, if you've got any questions or any queries where you think, oh, I'm really not sure what we're supposed to be doing here, then obviously Ian is the point of contact, and we're very happy to comment on drafts, on parameter notes, on anything else, and obviously just work with yourselves as much as possible on that. And if you obviously just have any basic questions, then obviously please do ask. So just to stress that. And then just to say thank you very much, obviously, for your work this week. I know how much hard work it is sitting on the other side of the table. I think all 3 of us have been the other side of the table at some stage in our career. So, yeah, thank you for your work. Yeah, so, okay. So, yes, yeah, obviously I won't be here next week, but I will no doubt see you in September. Thank you.